Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thursday night, 5-5-10, a round of each. PLO, Big O, Eddie the Asian Sensation in the booth. I got special guest commentator, Mr. Matt Cohn, going to be coming into the booth with us right there on that webcam right there. Say hi to everybody in the chat. Move that bottle of water so they can get that out.
Yeah. How's it going, guys?
Got a nice little action-packed lineup tonight. Got Andrew Dinger going to be making his Poker House Livestream debut. Pokernomix back at the mix again. J-Ma, Miss Becca Thompson, Rick Alvarado, as well as Boyd, who'll be showing up later, Bingo Ben, and Mr. Gary. So we're going to be playing 8-handed tonight. And then once we get going, we'll walk and roll. We're going to get underway. I don't know if they're starting with a flip right away. So let's take a look at that and see how everything sounds.
Yeah.
All right, so this is going to be your first time on this side of the booth.
You have to have money to play here, though.
Let us know if we're having any audio issues or not. Everything's good, so you guys let us know. Got Llamas in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. So are you a player yourself?
Yeah, I'm a play. Yes, sir.
Good deal. What do you like to play yourself specifically?
I'm a fan of the mixed games myself. I like playing everything from horse to all kinds of crazy deuce to seven drama hall. Just anything that's would find in here in a mixed game. I like to play it.
Good deal. All right, I think we're back in the booth. Now we're good to go.
Yeah.
Got Miss Jen Alvarado in the chat. How you doing, Jen? Love your flowers. The owner of, is it Denton Flowers?
I don't think he's coming, John.
J-Ma here flopping, turning Broadway here. So I believe we're starting with the 5-card ROE.
That is correct. This would be the Congress round right here.
Yeah, so let us know if you guys getting the audio now. I think we should be good.
Looks like playing shorthanded at the moment. It looks like they're trying to find players.
Yeah, so again, this is what's tough sometimes with these mixed games.
Yeah.
It's tough to fill these lineups with these specific games. So
I'm sure the action will ramp up here pretty soon.
yep. So what's your favorite mixed game?
I like stud 8 or better. It's probably my favorite. This past July, at Choctaw played the A-game mix, and I was fortunate enough to get heads up against Adam Mitchell, but he beat me, so congrats to him. But that was one of the games in that mix.
That's a fun game.
Yeah.
Last Choctaw event, I guess last November, I actually beat Rebecca heads up for her. And that heads up Badoogie with a starting stack size, like we went like 2 hours heads up, which is tough on a triple draw game, even with it being limit.
Badoogie can be a very frustrating game, I'm sure. I've never played that yet in the tournament format, but I have played it in a cash game, and it's very unique.
We are on the high-low side of things. Got a nice little raise here from Pokernomix on the button. Double suited ace-king.
Ace-king, yep. Ace-king 6-3 double suited with the ace-3 potential low draw going to the flop.
Needs a deuce as his key card, though. 2 deuces already out right now.
So we've got hit top pair with that. But looks like Gary flopped middle set of jacks right there.
So just for the record, when you watch and you analyze this side of things, on these split pot games, the left side of the percentage is the high, the right side is the low.
Right.
So.
Yep. Yeah, as you can see, Gary has 0% chance of making a low, obviously with the cards he's holding. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah. Rick here with some back, you know, he's got a Running cards for a low, got backdoor hearts as well. So
Yeah.
it's got a little bit of a chance to hit the high, even though it's only showing 3%. There's a lot of hearts already up. Again, Gary.
No, yeah, he's going to get that one through.
Yeah.
Nobody really had much of a chance off that board. I mean, it had to come runner for anybody to feel comfortable besides.
So how long have you been in the Dallas area?
I grew up in Fort Worth.
Okay.
I mean, I've been here in Fort Worth area since I was probably about 10 years old. Lived in West Texas when I was a little bit younger, but I've been here.
And again, we got T T and Minnesota Scott going to be rotating in and out of the box at the top of the hour. Katie off it, coming in clutch, running action tracker while I'm in the booth. And this is a game, so like Thursday nights, I'm usually in the booth because no one really wants to commentate PLO or Big O.
Yeah.
So I can find commentators for the Hold'em, the two-card game, because like it's just they're a dime a dozen. But with that being said, it's just like it's a lot easier, to find commentators for this. But
Well, I appreciate you having me.
Yeah. When Rebecca was like, I've heard very good things about you as a dealer. I've watched you deal. When I'm walking by, I always like to watch the new dealers to see like mechanics and blah blah blah. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
this guy's got it. So
I appreciate that. I try not to get too sloppy. I probably have too much of a cavalier attitude at times, but I try to do my best.
hey, we all do. Again, we are currently 7-handed as we speak. Not sure if our 8 is going to be here.
Rick picking up, looks like he's got a suited ace right there with the ace 5 low. He'll probably, yeah, there's the raise to 50.
Yeah, single suited to the ace of spades. Got some low cards as well. Some rundown cards with the 8-6-5.
Becca put it in with the jack high rundown right there. She kind of flopped good. Top pair and a wrap right there.
Nice little, yeah.
Diamond flush draw.
Now, Rick does have the ace of diamonds. No other player with 2 diamonds in their hand, with the exception of Rebecca.
Yep.
Rick is double blocking Broadway with the aces and the ace of diamonds, blocking the nut flush draw. 7 of diamonds.
This would be a chance for him to try to dry aces through.
Yeah.
If he chose to. The low's not there, so it might work, but it could still be risky.
Rebecca here turning open-ended flush draw. Already has the flush. Now the board does pair. Let's see if anybody's boated up. Yeah,
Dinger did. 7's full of jacks, so.
Yeah, she's going to try to value bet about 2/3 pots. Definitely not going to get through.
It will not get through.
Yeah,
he will pay that.
Yeah, and he's just going to make the call.
Yeah.
So I got to know Dinger in Choctaw last November. He stayed with me in some in the Airbnb. We hung out. Cool dude, fun dude. He's got like the dry sense of humor when he talks. So about 20 viewers in the chat early on. Got some of our regulars: Incognito, Lego, Poker Monkey, Miss Jen Alvarado. The wife of Rick Alvarado, who's sitting in seat 6. So do you know who Rick's a bracelet winner.
Yeah, I do know who Rick is, yes.
Yeah, so good dude. I got to actually spend Thanksgiving with them up in Sherman. So like I said, his wife has opened up a flower shop up there. Yeah. I joke, just Jen, I know you're listening. I joke with Rick saying he's super married up, so. Got Bradley King in the chat saying poker PLO is my jam. Thanks for tuning in. This is a weekly thing, Bradley. So we're trying to test I guess not necessarily the stakes are going to be the same for the specific stream on Thursdays 5-5-10. Now whether or not it's like ROE, Big O, PLO, it's known as Congress in this neck of the woods.
Yeah.
98% of the country, it's a Big O. So I put Big O.
It is weird.
Yeah.
Here they call it Congress, but if you go like to Las Vegas, they'll call it Big O.
Well, so San Antonio, they call it Congress as well.
Yeah, it's just a Texas thing. It's a Texas thing.
So I put Big O in because people are like, what the hell is Congress? So I just put Big O because all the Congress people know is Big O. So
just 5-card high-low Omaha. Here, Becca has aces with some high cards.
Yeah, some Broadway draws, double blocking Broadway. Single suited to the king of spades. No one with the ace of spades. Go 3 ways. Bingo Ben likes to see a lot of flops.
Yes.
Nice little flop for him.
He flops 6 low and a 6-side straight. That's pretty good.
And right now, he's got the lion's share of the equity.
There comes the backdoor heart draw for J-Ma, so he can catch half his pot with the heart on the river.
It's going to be a good night, guys. It's going to be a good
Look at Bingo Ben.
No.
Okay, so Bradley was saying at Boston Encore, they call it 5-card PLO.
Yeah.
Do they call it 5-card high-low PLO? I mean, it's whatever. We're Texas. We do our own thing. We don't
Like I said, I always ask just if I'm like in a different part of the country playing the game. I'm like, all right, is this high-low? Just to make sure, you know, you don't want to get stuck playing the wrong game, and can be very costly.
I remember when I came up here, so I'm relatively new to Dallas, less than a year. Grew up in Houston. I've only been playing poker for a pinch over 2 years. So I knew what Big O was, and when they came up here and they're like, let's play Congress. I'm like, what's Congress? They're like, 5-card high. I'm like, that's Big O. They're like, yeah.
It's a regional thing. It has to be.
I was like, yeah, because they call it, in Oklahoma, they call it Congress as well.
Right. I mean, but Texas, Oklahoma, it's the same thing,
that's
right?
That's true. So you said your favorite game, 7-card high-low, 7-card stud high-low?
Yeah, I enjoy that one. I actually enjoy playing more stud these days. You can't find them anywhere really. It's kind of more of a niche thing, especially in Texas, to play. But no, I enjoy it, and I take the opportunity to play it in a tournament format, like a horse tournament, when I can. So
we used to run a Tuesday mix game, like 10-20 mix.
Right.
And we wouldn't play. I mean, we'd play like the traditional, horse game outside of limit hold'em. So we play, you know, Omaha 8 or better, Raz, stud 8 or better. Then we play the triple draw games, and we get around in like Omaha. Sometimes we mix in the Badesi and the Medusi.
Yeah.
Maybe a little action Raz or Archie, but
I just like them. I think, I feel like between Hold'em and even Omaha, a lot of how people play it and approach the game is very formulaic. You know, it's like you start with these hands, you fold these hands, but in stud, it allows for more kind of, you know, just board creativity, and it's a very much more situational game. Like, you know, do you fold split jacks here, or do you raise with ace king high, or there's just a little more complexity that I enjoy, and it's a lot of fun to me.
Yeah, so we ran when Bugsy passed away, you know, he had put together his little game, and so Eric and I were actually in Daytona when he passed away. We were trying to final up because his game was going to be that following Friday. We proceeded to go with that game. Greg Vale had come in. He was my guest commentator, and just the knowledge he dropped on I was just asking questions out of I'm asking him questions that non-high-low players would want to know, and it's just the knowledge. I was like, oh my god, there's a lot more strategy.
There is. It's a lot more strategy. Like I said, it's very much more situational. It kind of allows you to tap into your instincts a little bit more, and as opposed to just obviously reading a board and knowing, okay, this is obviously the nuts here, and then where you do so in Omaha and hold them a lot more likely. So
Bingo Ben's going to check here. Doesn't have too much of anything. Rick currently, he's going to bet 400 on this turn. Bet 400 into 600, 2/3 pot. Yeah, and Ben is just going to have to lay it down.
Yeah. Trust me, throughout the night there will be plenty of action flops where they will be getting it in when both players or multi-way pot have plenty of pieces to the board. Still playing 7-handed, correct? Are they going to try to get it up to 8?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
best case scenario. Have you met Andy before? No, I don't think so. He's a river dogger in my club. Oh, cool. I guess we have played online.
Are they switching? So when do they switch to PLO? Is it one round and then they switch?
Yeah.
Or?
So everything changes on the one seat. Kind of like the limit games, everything changes on the one seat. So.
Absolutely.
And it's just easier for 4 cards.
I believe that.
not difficult, but like to play, but like from a viewing perspective, because like you know, so many people like to limp pots. You're going to see a ton of multi-way flops.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So now we're bringing the 5th card for Big O, and it's high-low. So like, you know, we try to be consistent so it's as easy as it can for the viewer.
That whole side bet's off now. That's going to be really good.
There we go.
I can't go through with that unless
This might be a multi-way pot here.
like you. I would do it. You said you watch
All the aces are out. Gary has aces, and then Rick has a suited ace, and
He's a real approachable guy. You want me to ask for you? Hey, Reese, can you get a picture with you in the
So Bingo, Ben, and Pokernomix like to give each other shit all the time.
oh yeah,
Yeah, on stream. And so like they'll come in here and they'll talk trash about each other, and so
it's always fun when you have a lot of banter at the table.
all right, board pairs here.
Makes the underfull here. Bingo Ben, 3's full of 8s. Nobody else, I believe, has an 8, so yeah. Nobody has an ace deuce nut low. See what happens here.
Yeah, with Ben having an ace in his hand, he's theoretically blocking ace deuce, but
first place in a tournament.
conceptually blockers are less. They're
Yeah, when you start relying too much on blockers, especially in this game,
Yeah.
it's a recipe for disaster because the people are like, well, I had 2 of the deuces. How'd you have ace deuce as well? And then you find yourself getting quartered, you know, more often than you think you would.
yeah, because you think about it, like 80% of the deck is dealt out, right?
Right.
When we're 8-handed, so like there's so many more combos, even though unless you're triple blocking it, right?
Right.
But obviously you probably don't want to be
rarely
in hand.
happens.
Yeah, that rarely happens. So.
Blockers can definitely be effective in this game, but I believe sometimes if you over-rely on them, it definitely can be costly.
Yeah. Probably blockers are more effective when you're blocking nut flushes.
Yeah, and on top of that, especially when you're playing a high-low game, that also drives more complexity to it because a lot of the times you want, if a player wants to just say dry ace bluff, for example, but there's a low draw. Well, you know, that person might call just, you know, trying to get half that pot back, and then you get yourself into a sticky situation.
Shifts away sometimes.
Did you play Bon Top with us one night when I was playing here?
Probably.
It's, yeah.
It's an item taken.
In a few minutes, I am going to step out there to see if they got a player yet.
Absolutely.
So we were talking. We said triple blocking.
Yeah.
Gary's triple blocking.
But I mean, what are you hoping for? You're hoping
Yeah.
the board comes ace-3 and, you know, X to try to get a chance to pull that play off. I mean,
Right.
it's not the most
Theoretical base.
right.
play.
It's a stretch, right?
But it's funny. We're like, that rarely happens. Literally the next hand, like 3 deuces in Gary's hand. Obviously, blockers conceptually.
He's more likely to catch the case deuce than he is to catch a perfect like
Right.
ace-3 5 flop.
3-bet here from Pokernomix out of the big blind. Pocket double suited aces. Has a 5 for potential low draw.
Double suited aces, always a good hand to have for sure in this game. The game's just so board dependent though. I mean,
Yeah.
your starting hand. If I dealt a hand just last week when this game was spread, and like the second hand I deal, it was like a 5-way all in. I mean, you know, and even though some of those hands were really good, I mean, it just depends on what that flop is. That board runs out. See, like right here, no one has a king, so. Oh, well, I guess Dinger did flop the underfull. But even with that, he's probably has to be worried somebody, you know, has a king and is going to draw to a bigger full house.
Surprising Bingo Ben here with a snap call with not too much of anything.
Yeah, that's definitely a questionable call. I mean, I say questionable. I don't know what he's trying to do. Maybe he's, you know, setting it up to try to steal it on a later street. But a lot of times when the board's paired and someone bets into it, they usually have it. It's not it's not really a pot people bluff into very much.
Yeah, and Dinger's in a
Multi-way.
tough spot here because there's a lot of, even though he has the best hand, he's gonna repot it. It looks like. I was gonna say he looks like he's in a tough. Dinger comes back and repots it. So.
Yep. It's gonna work because nobody has the king.
Yeah.
But like I said, it is one of those situations where even having the underfold right here, multi-away, you have to just tread lightly, be cautious.
Yeah, even a single king holding right here, unless obviously if you're a quad, you're like getting it in. But like even like a hand like ace king is going to be really tough for them to continue,
right?
Because they're banking on them pairing their ace or one of their other whole cards.
Yeah.
So nice little play by Dinger, and this is like I said, I've participated in this game.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Like,
this game, you learn fast in this game. I mean, it's not one for the faint of heart for sure. It could be very frustrating. Gameplay's big, so I mean, the learning curve to this game, it's real.
And a lot of these players are very what's the word I'm looking for? Very experienced in these games.
Oh yeah.
So you're probably not going to see a ton of swings. Like you'll have your relative swings, but then you're not going to have like these guys that are just going to dunk it off.
Oh no,
right?
you're not going to. You probably won't see like. I'll be shocked if we get to a hand where 3 people get it, or 3 to 4 people get it all in, going, drawing to the river. I mean, it just doesn't happen with people who really play this game, and are very experienced in it. It'll most likely be 2 players to have good equity in the hand and get it in.
I have been informed that I have a player that's in the room that wants to play. So would you mind just taking the reins here?
I'll take it over. Try not to bore the stream.
I'm leaving you with the new expert commentator here at Poker House, Matt Cohn.
Yes.
Matt Cohn's going to be taking over. I'm going to see if I can get a player in. So.
All right. Here it is, solo. All right, guys. Right here. Switching the game over to PLO, 4-card high only. Rick 3 bets, looks like 300. J-Mock calls, he's got suited ace, pair of jacks, and Becca calls as well. Nobody really hit much of that flop. J-Mon with the best hand with the jacks and sevens. Becca turns the best hand. She's got queens and sevens now. Looks like it's going to check down again. Yep, Becca wins, sevens and queens. So they're going to take a second to fix the table. I don't know exactly what's going on right here, but it looks like it's a little unstable. All right, guys. Sorry for the delay in the action here, but it looks like they're going to do some maintenance on this table and hopefully try to either prop up one leg and get it sturdy again. Again, if you're just tuning in, they're just doing some maintenance. It looks like they've got the cards back in the air now.
We do a mandatory shadow scan? Anyone want to do it? $20 all the way around?
20 on it.
Dinger here with a pretty good hand. Ace Queen suited, and with a couple broader cards, Ace Queen 10, double suited. Pokernomix with a very similar hand, also with a suited ace. Looking for spades.
Maybe it's like the waft in your hair. Something about racing is really good for us. Look at maybe your beard too. Your beard looks nice and good. It's looking good now. I'll go ask him. Maybe black's just your color. I don't know.
Looks like J-Maw with the bet, gonna take this one. Yep, everyone folds.
Are you going to Mari's?
I have a
What I mean,
I have a vendor dinner that I'm going to.
He's already on the way. He's already on his way. He's on his way, yeah. Oh, yeah, then
Because we were going to DJ.
Looks like they have a player on the way. They're gonna hopefully try to fill the vacant seats.
he plays a lot of
He
high-low.
plays all high level. Yeah.
He would be.
He would be
He would know a lot of good players too. That would be great for this thing.
Yes, he would. They can just do
And it looks like they're trying to find the ideal player to come in. Oh, here's Eddie. He's coming back.
9, and then we play the high-low. We just have the person to write it. I can sit out.
All right, so we do have a player that's actually currently en route. So
Good.
there was a guy in there was a guy in the room that was going to play, but he got all his chips in.
No way.
He got like 1,500 2K in, and like,
Oh,
he
'cause-
lost. He got felted, so he's like, I'm not going to play. I was like,
All right. I guess we'll go to the next plan. They had some kind of issue with the table out there for me while you were gone. It looks like they were trying to. It was wobbly, and they were having to fix it.
oh, sometimes, well, yeah.
But
So it's Pokernomix, like economics, Pokernomix.
Pokernomix.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
At first I pronounced whatever as Pokernomix.
I did too.
Yeah.
I said that because I said what you said. Now don't we feel foolish, right?
Yeah, I did it the very first stream that he played. He's like, it's Pokernomix, like economics. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh. All right, J-Maw here, pocket aces.
Yeah, the game has switched over to PLO.
We're on the 4-card variety. It is the 4-card high only. No one with a 10. I'm like,
Yeah,
J-Maw probably should be C betting here.
he most likely will. The previous hand, he c-bet with an overpair of 9s and got even better hands that bigger pocket pairs to fold. So I know he was not going to be scared to bet that right there at all.
So what's your favorite game to deal as a dealer?
Probably Congress. I like it. It just depends on the people, obviously, in the situation, but it's just usually it's always a game that's going to be very action driven, and it's never a lull. So
It's funny because I know a lot of these players. Well, you know, I know Jen's in the chat. Rick's got a lot of his chops in the 2-card, but then you pick up the 4-card. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Both play 2-card, mostly on the tournament side, not so much on the cash side. Again, Jen, correct me if I'm wrong. But like, you know, Becca doesn't like 2 cards.
Oh yeah, Becca's a heavy fan of the mixed game. I've played with Becca for years, known her for years, and I appreciate her giving me the recommendation to do this. So
And I was like, yeah, he's a new dealer. I was like, yeah. I was like, I even texted her. I was like, yeah, he's a really good dealer, like mechanics wise and all that stuff. So,
well, I appreciate that. Like I said, I just try to do my best, and do it for so long. The goal is to always try to be better and better. It's not like you just stay stagnant.
Yeah.
You want to make sure you always bring your best and improve, and just like in any other career.
yeah, I like this guy. So, what do you think about this race from Dinger under the gun with these little rundown hands?
Oh, that's
Middling rundown hands.
Yeah,
'cause you're not going to get put on those types of hands.
They're designed so well. They have a lot of value. I mean, I almost would prefer a hand like 8, 9, 10 jack or 6, 7, 8, 9 rundown as opposed to pair. I mean, if your aces are double suited, that's obviously a lot more. You probably want that more.
Yeah.
But if I'm playing the cash game, depending on the mix, I value a rundown more than just betting the other hand myself. You either hit it or you don't.
Right.
So, you know, if you don't hit it, you can get away. But when you hit it, it has a lot of equity.
And it's very disguised.
Yes.
So, like, there are a lot of times, even, like, on 1 through the 2-5, when I'm playing the bigger stakes, like, you know, till middle to late position open, if I have, like, 6, 7 suited in the blinds or 7, 8 suited, I'll 3-bet that hand. I've even used it as a 4-bet to, like, middle, late, you know, depending on the player profiles. And, like, just for board coverage. And so, like, if I flop, like, I'll flop trips every once in a while with, like, an ace. And I'm like, okay, I don't have an ace, so there's a better chance you have an ace. So, like, I'll size accordingly and, like, bet for value and, like, overbet pot on, like, turns and rivers to, like, get called by, like, ace king, ace queen or something like that. So
absolutely. I mean, and even more so on these run-in hands like that in this game, if you get in a situation where, you know, you bet pre-flop, you get re-raised, and you're pretty like 90 to 99% confident the guy has aces, it's even more, you should even play the hand more because, you know, that hand plays even better against a hand like that if you hit.
Yeah.
You know, if you have a hand like, you know, 9, 10, jack, queen, but the guy might have 10, jack, queen, king, you know, your hand won't play nearly as strong against that. You're actually in a very bad spot.
Yeah,
so.
That's the thing with player profiles, like, you know, some guys are not going to be really 3-betting or raising unless they have like double suited aces or even like double suited kings or like those type of rundown hand Broadway type hands. Because like even like some of these players, like you'll see Bingo Ben kind of get out of line from time to time, but you know he'll get out of line. When I say getting out of line, but he'll get out of line consistently in the sense that he'll play any 4 cards the same as if he had pocket aces. So it makes it makes him tough to play against because he has such a wide range that he plays with pre-flop and post-flop.
Yeah. I would say I mean, like, this is just my opinion. I'm not saying I'm the expert at this at all, but I would say one thing if you're new to this game, PLO, is don't overvalue pocket kings because a lot of times what happens is you get it in with kings, you're just going to run into aces. And then against those 2 hands, I mean, you're just going to be in bad shape a lot of the times. And I think a lot of players who re-raise and get it in with kings pre-flop. I'm not saying it can't be the best hand, but like if you run into aces, you don't want to be in that spot. It's just like running into aces versus kings and hold'em. It's the same thing.
I need a very specific turn.
What is that specific turn he's referring to? Well, the diamonds, they're both probably going to continue. They both picked up the diamond draw. Bingo Ben probably thinks if he hits the diamond draw, it probably would be good. Jack high.
And it's actually good that Rick has like the queen of diamonds and not the king of diamonds.
Yeah.
Because it'd be more likely that Bingo Ben would have like king X diamonds in his hand that he would potentially continue with some flush draws. So
it looks like this is a situation where a pair of 3s would win. I guess he does get it through. Bingo Ben totally missed everything. No pair, no flush.
well, he even called his hand. He said, "You have a pair of 3s."
There, yeah, that was pretty. These guys play with each other all the time, so they probably do have pretty good reads on one another.
And that's what I'm saying. Like Bingo Ben's a lot of action, a ton of action, but like he picks his spots really well for value and picks his spots really well for bluffs. So again, a player like I kind of equate. Do you watch any of the 2-card streams that we have here?
I have occasionally. I wouldn't say I've watched it a lot. I should have probably done more research before I came on this to do this.
You're doing a great job. But like he's kind of like an OFC type player who plays a lot of hands pre-flop but navigates post-flop very well.
Right.
So. And that's an art in itself.
That is absolutely an art, and that's like I said. That's also why I enjoy like the stud games because that's the art of working or a Raz hand. You work through the hand as it goes. It's not. Excuse me.
Kind of just playing a bunch of cash right now. Trying to rebuild the World Series.
It's so funny because a lot of people. I used to describe like this 5-5-10 game, whether it's PLO or Hold'em, or my 5-10-25 game, as like high stakes. And they're like, it's not high stakes. I'm like, y'all assholes never played in Texas.
Yeah.
These games play big. Like the blinds sometimes don't even matter.
Exactly. Like you play 1-2 here, and you know
It's 5-5 minimum. 5-5 minimum.
Exactly.
5-5 minimum with a cap.
I'm just saying that these games play huge.
keep on wanting to analyze this from like a 5-card PLO, but there's only 4 cards.
Yeah, and it's just a little easier because this is just straight high. You don't have to worry about the high low. I mean, obviously, Omaha 8 or better is a game, so you can have 4 cards and play high low as well.
So here's my trick when it comes to 4 card, because again, you're going to see a lot of 4 to 6 way multi-flops. I just wait post flop and then look at the biggest equity percentage, and that's how I start. That's how I start.
Yeah.
That's how I start. Gary here with a straight.
Where does he have?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yep. 6, 7. He's got the 10 high straight.
Jack high straight. Right?
No,
8, 7, 8, 9,
no.
10. Jack.
Gary has a Gary has a nut straight. The Jack high straight. That's correct. He has both sides of it, I guess you could say.
Back here with 2 pair, looking to try to boat up Badoogie, and you got.
And she also has a straight draw as well.
Yeah.
So she was hoping to hit a Jack there as well, maybe to try to get the straight as the Jack high straight herself.
You have to be really careful when you're like with Becca's hand. Because you're Badoogie.
Yep.
2, a lot of times you're gonna have the bottom end of the straights.
Right.
So you just have to be really careful. Like one of the things that if I'm playing to like the bottom end of the straights, or like unless I had like some sort of redraw, like I'm probably not gonna get my money in because there's just so many better straights that are ahead of you.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, it's all dependent on if you're multi-way, and I mean, it can come down to lots of different variables.
There's some places that are 10% no cap.
So do you like cash or do you like tournaments?
I like cash, but I would say I don't really care to play any like tournaments, hold'em tournaments.
Gotcha.
I definitely, like I said, I played a couple horse. I'm going to be going out to Vegas hopefully and playing a couple mixed game tournaments. So
if I go out there, I'm really considering playing like the 15. Like I think they have a 1510 game mix now this year.
yeah.
Like they have the 1508.
I think they have like also a 9 game. I'm
Yeah.
trying to think of what the 9th game is in that one though. For those who are curious, I know the 8 game. If it's an 8 game mix, it's all the horse games. So it'd be limit hold'em, limit Omaha, 8 or better, Raz, stud, high low, 8 or better, and then they throw in PLO and no limit hold'em. And I think that's the deuce 7 triple draw, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Would be the 8 game. So I don't know what the 9th game would be then, in that mix.
On the 10 game mix, it's usually deuce to 7 single draw, like no limit deuce to 7 single draw.
Oh, that'd be a fun one to put in the mix.
And then it could be Badoogie or ace to 5.
Ace to 5, yeah.
It's I think it's like some of the triple draw games. So, like you said, it's the horse, the hold'em, the PLO.
And also, what I like about those is like I actually enjoy playing limit structure. I mean,
I love playing limit.
Whenever you go in to play a hold'em, a no limit hold'em, I mean, one hand can define you, but in limit, you have a little bit more time to kind of milk it, so to speak, and try to start catching cards and playing good, and
And this is where so Pokernomix has a set of 8s here. I would have loved to see Gary use that ace of spades potentially.
He could have went for the dry ace absolutely here.
And again, I've seen Gary play a few of these streams. He's on the tighter side. So
Yeah.
if he were to like pot it right there or like raise for potential value, like
His image might be able to just represent it through.
Yeah. 100. In fact, if he would have like 3x it, 4x it without even potting it.
But here's the catch though. If he does that, he might. Who had the set of 8s there? I forgot.
Pokernomix.
Yeah. Pokernomix might call just
try to peel?
just try to peel and catch the full house. So when it breaks off and the board does not pair, Gary has to still go through it again.
Yeah.
He can't just check it down. It won't work. He has to ride it all the way through to tell the story.
So and that's I agree with that. So 100%. So would Gary have had 2 bullets in the chamber to fire if the board doesn't pair?
And it's easier said than done.
100%.
It's easy for us to say it here, just hypothetically, but when you're in this, without your money out there, it's not exactly. Oh, it's just so easy to do.
That's why I like being on this side because I can criticize players. And then when I'm
not criticize at all, but it's just
just
conceptually how you think about these situations.
But I'll say this on the 2-card side because I've commentated from 1, 2, or 500 all the way up to 2550. So I've commentated all those in between. it's helped my game because I see different lines from like really good players, and I see lines from bad players,
Right.
And like sizing issues and just like leaks. So, believe it or not, you won't see it at the 25-50 as much. Maybe not even at the 5-10 quarter, but I've seen some leaks, some similar leaks on the 1-2 up to 5-10.
Yeah.
And so it's just really interesting to get on this side. Like when you're playing, you can take hands off. Right. But here, like, you have to like focus on it, do the analysis. So you're seeing like people's how they bet or when they check or how they check or whatever.
Exactly.
You kind of get an idea of how they play. Pot kings on this flop. Let's see here. It's not showing up.
We're missing a hand in here somewhere.
The flops. Okay, there we go.
There we go. Once again, a board where no one has a king, so.
There we go. We had the low full house.
Yeah, he had the low full house, the 5's full of kings. And he gets into another fortunate situation because everybody has a king there, especially on a king-5 board, or it's most likely going to continue trying to make a bigger full house. So that's one of those situations where with the underfull in this game, if you get called in one spot, not to mention in 2 spots, you have to proceed very cautiously.
So do you work normally overnight?
No, I've been working mostly like the 5 to about midnight or 1 shift.
Those are like the best ones. So the 2 or 3 times that I've played like at 3 o'clock, I either couldn't sleep or I was just like, whatever, I'm going to degen. Like I make the most money. So I've told the floor, I'm like, hey, if X and X are here, like just call me. I'll get ready and I'll come over.
Right.
Because there's some super punters that play like these overnight sessions. It's remarkable.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, a lot of the times what happens is if some people, especially if you're like a day player, if you're still playing at like 1 in the morning, it's usually because you're losing and you were trying to get even. It's not because you're just, enjoying the playing for 14, 15 hours straight.
Yeah, but sometimes players are just so bad that you have to stay. They're just so bad that you have to stay.
I mean, we've all been into those games where it's just been really juicy, so.
Yeah, we're back to the 5 card here. Bingo Ben. Under the gun. Going to squeeze with a straddle hand.
And then you have Beck over here. She's got she does not have any suited aces, but she does have aces, and
yeah, she
will probably, she will absolutely continue. But like I said, it all comes down to this flop and see who's going to hit it the hardest.
I think aces are out. I thought I saw.
I know one for sure. I know at least 3 were out. I don't know if there was another one. I don't know. Folded. And here we go on the flop of Queen 5 Deuce Rainbow.
All right. So Bingo Ben currently with the best low draw in the mix for the high as well.
Bingo Ben has the best low draw. Yes, he has. He has a second low draw. A 3 would make him a wheel, and he does make the best low with the 6 low right there. Nobody has. Who has the hearts? Becca does have the dry ace of hearts. But Pokernomix with the king high flush draw if he wants to continue.
Yeah, Bingo Ben's going to continue the aggression here.
No.
So how long have you been working here now?
I've been here about a month now, and I've enjoyed it ever since. It was a good transition. I'm currently going to grad school right now.
Okay.
So, and I actually, funny enough, I have 2 research papers due by the end of next week, but I'm here with you, Eddie, so you can see where my priorities lie right now. So.
D-Gen in the booth with me tonight. What are you doing in grad school?
I'm going to try to get my MBA.
Good for you. What's your undergrad in?
Accounting.
You know I'm a CPA by trade.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah.
Well, I need you to help me get a job when this is all said and done then. So
you're going to try to sit for the exam?
That's why I went back, because I was trying to get my 150 hours so I can sit forward in Texas.
All right. For those 20 viewers in the chat, we're going to go over some accounting stuff real quick.
Yeah, I'm sorry to bore you guys.
It's okay. For the record, the 4 parts are not complicated. Financial accounting, reporting, regulation, auditing, and business environment concepts. They're just voluminous.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
so-
a lot. It's a lot.
If you memorize well, do you memorize well?
I don't actually. I'm more of a muscle memory kind of person. Like I
Gotcha.
if I'm gonna memorize something, I can't just read it. I gotta like sort of like do it on a daily basis. Does that make
Gotcha.
sense? You know, kind of. That's how I learn. I wish I had that eidetic memory where I could just like read or something and then recall it like 20 years later. Just like, oh, I read that once.
Yeah,
But-
it's not hard. It's just voluminous. Like, I would tell you not to take. People take financial accounting reporting first. I'm like, why are you going to take the most difficult?
Yeah,
one
the rec's
first?
probably the easiest, right?
Well, so here's the thing. I'm on the tax side. I actually scored the lowest on that one. I actually scored 79. On the other ones, I scored in mid 80s.
You gotta know how to play it.
Kane's delivered clutch.
Nice in the clutch.
All right, let's see what we got here. So, okay, Pokernomix here, flopping top pair, nut flush draw. More food.
Sorry, where were we at right here? Top and where?
Yeah, Pokernomix flop top pair with nut flush draw.
He's got the best slow right there with the 8 low 5-4 working for him.
Yeah, no, yeah. So yeah, Rick looks like it's going to be a chop pot. Interesting river card. Bring diamonds comes in. Rick does have the best low with 4-5. Let's see if he thinks his low is good though.
This will be interesting to see.
Pokernomix, yeah, he's going to make the call. It's going to be a chop pot.
There was definitely some potentially better lows that could have
Yeah.
had that, but he still made the fun. He found the call.
Yeah, and so I think in those scenarios, Rick's got to be putting him on a high, probably not much of a low draw. So
Yeah.
maybe is more inclined to make the call in that scenario, as he did.
Those situations can definitely backfire in some situations.
100%.
But the more you play this game, the more you get a feel for it. You find spots where you're pretty sure that, I probably have half this pot and I'm going to make the call and just, not give up my equity in the
Right.
out here.
So you're playing the same game as Clarence, right?
No, it was the same game, different game.
Yeah, I did see Clarence. He had like 3K, right?
Yeah, you get a lot of checks, so who knows? I mean,
Like, it go quick.
You go quick, man.
So I think they're still trying to figure out who's going to fill that.
I hope they,
ace.
I hope they get that situated.
Yeah. Again, what's so hard about these lineups? Like you get people. So like, just to give you an idea how I put these lineups together.
It's a lot of work that goes into it, Eddie. Is it not?
Yes.
I know. And I know it
It's
is.
like super like.
You don't get enough credit for the work you put into all this.
Yeah, there's a lot of behind the scenes. Like when a lot of people like see all this stuff and you're like, oh, it's cool. We didn't realize you did that much. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
asshole. It's a lot of work. We do for
Exactly.
you guys. Bradley's asking if you're going to be a CPA. It looks like.
Yeah, well, that's the goal. I mean, I've kind of, I don't know, been in this middle accounting profession over the past couple of years, and I just haven't quite got where I wanted to go. So I always default to poker. It's a tough lifestyle to get out of, and then hopefully I'll see what's in store for me whenever I get done with the school and see where my passion lies.
Nice little flop here for JMA. Looks like he's going to bet 175.
J-Ma, ace high flush draw.
Yeah, betting-
He's got a gut or two, I believe, in
Yep.
there. Queen will give him a nut straight.
So
And
good.
that's all that one.
Yeah, good little flop for him to continue on.
I know this is a long stream, so I know we'll find a hand where we're gonna get these stacks in.
Yeah.
And we'll get a good fun sweat going to the turn and river.
So the first 5-5-10 PLO stream we played. Well, that's not true. It was the second PLO stream that we played. So the first one we played was like really. We had a couple guys that had a lot of action. On the second one we did, everybody bought him for 2K. The guy was like, "Okay, I'm ready. I watched last week's. It wasn't too terrible."
He thought he was ready.
Yeah, he's like, I brought 5K, and I was like, okay. First hand, 3-way all in, top set, second set, Broadway.
Broadway flopped or Broadway made by the river?
Broadway flopped.
Okay, yeah.
So, like, you know, people were blocking each other's boat outs.
Exactly.
So,
Rainbow board, I assume, right? So there's no flush draw.
yeah. So a guy triples up. Everybody reaches into their pocket and tops off the 6K because it's the match of stack.
Right.
And the guy that like only brought 5K was like, "What the hell is going on here?" So
he wasn't ready. He thought he was ready to go to the show. He wasn't quite ready, right?
yeah, you could tell by his face. It was funny.
It could be demoralizing sometimes, I'm sure.
All right, hand 19. We are on the 5-card Big O/Congress side. Got T in the booth eating pasta. It smells really good.
Doing a fantastic job out there, might I add.
In the poker hospital.
Going 6 5-ways to this flop, multi-way, as usual.
Who hit this the hardest?
J-Ma hits it on the low side pretty hard, and on the high side as well.
Yeah.
Just flopping top
Queens
pair.
are still leading right now, correct?
No, he's got 2 pairs. He's got
Two,
Jackson
8s and 3s. I see it now.
Got
8s and
Jackson
3s.
8s.
Yep.
Got a nice little low draw. No-
Jackson 8s. There we go. Man, I'm sorry. There's so many hands. Even I had to take a second to look at all
Yeah,
this.
that's what I said. Like on these high-low games,
You can go straight for the percentages first to see where you're at, right?
yeah, I look for the high first and see who that's first, and then the low if there's a low. Actually, I look at the board first, and then if there's 2 low cards, and I'll know to look at both the high and the low. So Bradley wants to know. So he's from California. Oh yeah. So I thought you said you're from California. So do you think accounting will be improved on with AI, or possibly eliminate a need for accounting? Bradley asking, personally, being a small business owner, CPAs make life easier. So I'm going to answer that question because
Please do.
I don't think AI is going to, because you need people to think outside the box and be able to think like long term. And I'm not saying AI doesn't have that capability, because obviously it does, because the artificial intelligence. But I think there's just so much more that when you get with an experienced CPA that understands like different industries, different trends and stuff like that. That I think just the human element of it.
It's
super
the human element is absolutely always going to be there for sure.
Yeah.
That's not going anywhere.
Now, with that being said, you have the possibility of more human error. So
So it's a double-edged sword for sure, but it's still an industry that's always going to be there. So there's absolutely.
Estimated time of arrival was.
So you know a lot of these higher big name players just by virtue of dealing to them underground, correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, I obviously know Becca the most out of this lineup. And I've actually dealt to her and known her for many, many years. But there's definitely lots of players that I have had the pleasure of getting to know over the years in these underground games. Bugsy being one of them. Let him rest in peace.
Dude, it was so crazy. Literally, when we were down in Daytona, I was with Eric to help him set up a live stream down for the Kennel Club down there, and we literally talked to him on Friday. We were coming back that Wednesday, the following Wednesday, to do his spiel, and on Sunday we get a text. We're actually driving. He's like, "Oh my God!" I'm like, "What's going on?" He's like, "Bugsy passed away last night." I was like,
Yeah.
"Bro, like."
I know. I couldn't believe it either.
I had it on my schedule, but I was just like, I'm so
J-Ma here under the gun with the mystery cards.
There's a funny story I remember about Bugsy. Even T actually will also remember this. This is probably 3 or 4 years ago. He came to play at a room we were working at, and he was going to a funeral for I can't remember the guy's name, but I knew him from WinStar from many years ago. His name was Roy. He passed away. And so Bugsy shows up. He's like dressed in this black, black dress shirt, and he's got his jeans on. But we can look at him, and he's like covered in like dog hair. And I'm like, bro, you gotta get a lint roll. You're going to a funeral. You look like a mess. And I always remember that. But he was always that kind of guy. He cared about his friends, and he will be missed.
But then I just went back and forth for a while, and then that was like, I don't even want to do
Now this is a pretty tough lineup. Again, the only big hand that we've seen early on was Dinger when he had, when he got in against kind of Pokernomix. But no one else, actually after this hand, we'll be at hand 20. We're going to pull up some stats.
Yep, let's do that. I would like to see how that looks. So did we get confirmation? Is a player on the way to join this?
I was told that Keith is on his way. And
Very
gentlemen,
nice.
but Keith, I believe I've seen him. Let me see something. I think he's set up in the, yeah, he's set up in the software, so I can step out in a second and confirm that. He is here
Very nice.
because he just popped up. He just popped up, so I will need to get him all set up here in a second.
There we go.
And I don't look too much pre-flop on stuff because, you know, this is a post
Unless it starts getting raised a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
this looks like it's going to be just a pretty
standard like multi-way
absolutely.
kind of limp call kind of thing, race call. All right, let's go here. No low, obviously.
But J-Ma did flop the nuts. He's got King Jack.
Yep, he's got there.
Who has any potentially? And then you got Rick here with a nut flush draw with Ace 3 of diamonds. So we'll see. We'll be seeing some. We'll go into the turn for sure on this one.
Yeah, I like J-Mo's checker. Some people have a propensity to just to pot it here, but anybody with like a really big flush draw or nut flush is just never folding.
Never. I mean, you're going to at least get a turn for sure. Anybody else have? Just seeing if anybody flop like 2 pair or maybe no sets. No, I'm sorry. I see it right here. Bingo Ben flop middle set of 10s. So he should be
He's got diamonds. He's got Jack High diamonds.
Jack High diamonds and the middle set. So we'll go 3 ways to the turn here.
Oh.
And there it is. The board does pair. So, and on top of that, Rick now also picks up trip 9s with his diamond flush draw.
Now he river quads a couple weeks ago, so now this does bring in the nut flush, but it's a paired board,
Yeah, J-Mod is not liking any part of this at the moment.
and I can't see him check. Let's see what Bingo Ben's gonna do. If he's gonna try to bet for value,
Rick might just see it with the ace high flush, but we will see. Bets 300.
Yeah, I don't see Bingo Ben folding.
Oh
here.
no, Bingo Ben's absolutely going to win this pot. It's just a matter of what if he's going to call or raise.
I'd be tough to raise here. I didn't see a ton of the pre. Oh, he is. Not much worse is going to call. So
Yeah, and I don't see Rick continuing with the call.
right, unless he's putting him on like Queen 9 or something. Like nines full of queens. Right. It's gonna.
But here's the interesting thing, and that's what I love about this game is so Bingo Ben raises right here, but what's his plan if he gets re-raised by Rick? I mean, you have the underfull, potentially, and it's not really the underfull with the 10s full of 9s, but I mean, if you had, say, you ran into Queens full or Kings full, so.
You like just a cold call, just a call there versus a raise.
Oh, I'm not saying that. I just
Yeah.
I just like to see the complexity of what happens
process,
with.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure. I bet Bingo Ben's fairly confident that he has the best hand, no doubt, and that's why he's racing. He's racing for value. He's not.
Yeah, and I wonder if Rick maybe put him on King Jack and he was just overvaluing King Jack,
That's
or
possible.
maybe King Jack or Ace Jack. They thought he was.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of what we're doing right now, it's very dependent on, the players because they know each other better than obviously we know them. So and how they play.
Playing just strictly hot.
It looks like we have Keith here. I believe he was one of my guys that was supposed to be like on the list to be an alternate a couple weeks ago. So, all right.
I'm shocked. I figured there'd be like a waiting list for this game now.
So, and the thing is, like, you don't want to play against some of these players sometimes. Tomorrow night, 5-10 quarter, got Brian Green Poker, Chris Cashman, German Moneymaker, Z-Fish playing big action pack. So, with a similar lineup, like 3 weeks ago on a 5-10 quarter, there was $192,000 on the table.
Oh yeah,
For a 5-10 quarter. That's big.
that's huge. It's way. I mean, it's all relative, I guess, but people don't realize, especially like in the limit. I mean, if you were to just say you were playing 20-40 Hold'em limit, I mean that game plays bigger than the people give it credit for. I mean,
Yeah.
you could still lose. You can lose a mortgage payment in a day for easily. You know.
Dinger getting aggressive on the button. Back to the 4-card PLO side.
Dinger flopping top 2, aces and sixes.
Yeah.
Becca basically
Nothing.
nothing. Yeah,
Nothing.
nothing on that. I mean, there's no, she had a situation where there's really no card she was going to catch that would probably make her feel comfortable in hand.
Yeah.
Ace is already out there. She was looking for paint, not an ace.
And I've talked to these pros, right, about these 3-blind games, and a lot of them like it because you'll go multi way more because a lot of these players are going to want to defend. Like, let's say you have a 3rd blind and then a straddle.
Right.
The 3rd blind is going to want to defend more, like kind of like a tournament, like to like late position opens, even with the straddle probably calling, and so like they're getting a better price to call, out of the 3rd blind versus it being a 2-blind game. So.
Indeed. I haven't played. I don't actually have a lot of experience playing like triple blind games ever. I mean, I've played a lot of like 2-5 PLO or even like a 5-10 PLO, but I haven't really played a whole bunch of like 5-5-10 or.
It's a Texas thing.
Yeah, 5-10 25 or whatever it would be.
You'll see like if you watch any of these streams across the nation, like even down the road at TCH and Hustler and Live at the Bike, and at the Lodge, the new kind of trend for cash is like small blind, big blind with the big blind handy, kind of very tournament style.
Right.
We've experimented with that on the 25-50 side with the 50 big blind handy.
I want to say when did that really switch? Because now, like I said, I guess it's pretty standard with the tournaments with the big blind and the ante, big blind and big blind ante. Because I remember, they used to just do it where you every person had to do a quarter or $50 or whatever it was in the tournament. You had to individually ante out.
So it's quote unquote like relatively new, but I think part of it was a lot of people were like, I put in my blinds, like, oh no you didn't. So like it's easier to like identify a big blind and a big, because only one person's putting.
No,
it in
I agree with that.
So,
for sure. It makes it a lot easier on the dealer. It's a lot faster. And theoretically, it's the same difference, right? Because you're going to be doing it every hand for that amount, or you can just do it all in one lump sum in one hand of it. So it still equals out to the same per rotation.
All right, Bingo Ben here with 2 pair jacks and 6s with an ace kicker.
Yeah, Pokernomix looks like he bricked off his nut flush draw with the king jack of clubs. Did not get there. And even worse, the board paired for him on the turn, so he probably didn't love that.
Oh, he's gonna come back with a raise.
Oh wow! Here we go.
Again, both of these players with a lot of rapport against each other.
Yeah, and nobody wants to be bluffed on the live stream, right? That's part of the ego to this game. You don't want to be. You don't want the people in the chat to start making jokes on you at your expense.
What do you have?
With the table talk.
Yeah. Sometimes that table talk backfires on you, though.
Yeah. That's what I was taught when I was coached. Bluffing or from value or whatever it is. Because you bet for 3 reasons. You bet to deny equity, you bet to bluff, you bet for value, right? Good. Looks like it's looking.
He called? Oh, no, he hasn't called it.
He hasn't folded or called. It looked like he was going to fold for half a second, but.
Uh-oh. Is he going to get moved off his best hand? I give him respect for even considering, because it's like, what does he beat here? He literally beats the king high flush draw that bricked. I mean, even an ace would beat him. So, like I said, if he makes this call, I would actually be very impressed. He would be, as they say, calling kind of light here.
Why would you check though?
Talking it through.
I mean, if he thinks about it, Pokernomix line doesn't really make a ton of sense.
Yeah, maybe if he's just trying to get some squeeze some value into like deuces full, you know. But if he's eliminating the fact that he thinks he doesn't have his 6, so it's like, okay, if he doesn't, does he have an ace or does he not have an ace? That's probably so I'm only losing to that. It's either the king high flush draw.
Yeah, he's gonna play the.
He lays it down. I mean, that's a tough call right there. Yeah. We can't knock him for that. That was It's like when you're calling there, you literally are beating either.
Not much.
Yeah, you're beating the bluff, and you know it's either a bluff or it's like you're running into a full house right there. There's no in between.
So I told Bingo Ben about this game. I remember I was telling you I was out in Vegas for 2 months.
Yeah.
So I hung out with some of the dealers and some of the floors post-stream. We played a bunch of mixed games, limit, pot limit, hold'em cash, or like no limit cash, blah, 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 right? So have you heard of Super Chicken?
No, that's you got to educate me on this one.
Okay. Triple board.
Okay. Goodness gracious.
Okay, so triple board. And when we get to the river, you know, betting pre-flop, flop, turn the river. Betting's done. Dealer burns one card, turns the card face up. If it's a club, the top board goes away. If it's a diamond, the middle board goes away. If it's a heart,
that seems so gimmicky though. That's so gimmicky though.
And then in the spades, all 3 boards are in play. I was like, I'll tell you what, it was the greatest game. It was the most DJ game
it's
ever.
It's so DJ, but I'm not saying it's not fun, but you gotta admit that's very gimmicky.
Yeah. So Ben was telling me they were trying to play it. He's like, oh my gosh, he was at a home game with Reese. So.
No, I mean, I didn't think I'd like a game like Drama Hall, but I mean, I love it. You know, it's just it's a lot of fun, and I consider that game to be gimmicky too.
That's a raise to 20. Raise to 20, open to 20, fold for J-Mob, Rebecca. Oh, sorry, I can't.
Everyone going to the flop on this one probably. Nothing looks too. Anybody raise? No.
You're really thinking about calling there, huh? I was legit gonna call.
He's called me super light before.
Beckett once again flops aces and sixes right here.
I've also called super light before.
No one with heart. Okay, Rick with 10 high hearts.
Very modest hearts.
Yeah.
You can call it that. But I assume Becca's, yeah, she bets the 50, and I bet you this one gets through right here. I would assume. I think Rick's too conservative. He probably won't continue with the 6-high flush draw.
Especially with action behind.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to make the call here.
Okay. I stand corrected.
Oh, no, he's actually going to raise.
I'm curious to see what Rebecca does right here. I mean, she has a very strong hand, but, you know, it's
she doesn't have diamonds either, so she could be putting him on some sort of monster, like, combo draw.
Yeah, like if you had a 3, 4, 5 in hearts, you know, inside wrap and hearts.
Yeah,
she
she's
folded
gonna make the fold there.
You know, I wouldn't have. I don't blame her for folding, but I definitely wouldn't. I would understand if she would call. That's actually a very strong hand. I mean, if you don't put him on a set right there, you have way the best of it.
Yeah. Sure. Now, if she didn't have top 2, I wonder if she would have called if she had like top and bottom.
Yeah,
because then he could be representing the middle sets.
Exactly.
Right?
I would say let's hypothetically, if the board was ace queen deuce and she had ace queen, I can see her continuing there because the problem with ace 6 is, let's say he just has an ace and a flush draw with the overs. What card are you going to feel safe with? It can come.
Yeah,
she may easily make a higher 2 pair with the next card.
No, that's a good point.
You know, but when you have a even higher 2 pair. Those backdoor 2 pairs you don't have to worry about so much.
Yeah, and she didn't have any redraws really. So
yeah,
nice little starting hand for Pokernomix and the hijack.
Take that hand any day for sure.
Definitely going to be a hand he's going to open up with. Probably going to pot here and go 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, 40. Oh, sorry, 5, 5, 10. Yeah.
That's right.
3x plus the 5, 5, so 40.
Yep.
I'm not sure what the straddle rules are on this game. If they're allowing single straddles.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. So it would be start out for 20, right?
Yep.
So if you start out for 20, then if you were to open from there, you could make it a total of 70 or 80, right?
Yep.
Yep, 80. Yeah, that can make the gameplay a little bit bigger. Here you go. These flops are always fun. 999. It just happens to you're just gonna check it down, and then somebody's gonna take a stab at it at the end.
I don't know why it's been doing that lately.
Just FYI.
Good to know. You tell who the rookie is.
Sorry about that.
No, yeah, that's fine.
Very small though, 3s.
There we go. He's like, I'll save for 40 bucks.
That doesn't make up for that $12 bet.
We are. Thank you. Yes.
Fixing stuff on this end.
Got some technical issues. We're gonna smooth out, iron them out.
Oh yeah.
No one says you're a better commentator than you are a player.
Well, I'm not good at either, so.
You were in the booth for like an hour last week.
He did a good job. Keith came in and helped me in the booth for a bit a couple weeks ago, so he did good. It's tough to be in here.
I was mainly making fun of Ben. That's always fun.
It's always fun when these guys, you know, they all know each other and they're always just, you know, like I said, the banter. Those are the best games to be in. That's the one thing about like that I can kind of. You asked me earlier whether I was more of a tournament player or a cash game player. I like I just like the fun environment of a cash game because when you go play a tournament, you know, it's just all, especially a hold'em tournament. I just feel like it's so dry. Everyone's just in there, you know, just kind of looks at their cards and you know, either the most things they say is just all in or not. You know, that's all they're gonna say.
And Dinger's been relatively quiet since the start of the stream.
I might need to be reimbursed.
Rick here with the best hand with...
Rick has the best hand?
Yeah,
he has pair of tens with ace kicker.
Yeah, backdoor spades.
Yeah, nobody can connect too hard on this one.
Yeah.
Here comes the backdoor spades.
Yeah. Gary here, king high spades. Gutter as well to the wheel. Yeah, Rick's definitely gonna...
Can I move the CD? Is that okay? If it messes you up, I won't.
Yeah. Eddie stepped out of the room, and then Rick here makes the ace high flush.
He's out some all that. You know how to play high low, but he's never played PLO before.
Perfect. Do I need to bet with 2 hands?
Gary with the second flush.
I ended up doing it. I got second. You got second? Yeah. Nice. Did the guy squeeze the money too? Yep. Nice. He doubled me up like. I mean, he had me on out shit 41. Sick. This guy had all the chips like the whole field. Yeah. I mean, it was just so nice. It was just Sunday night, 300. Well, they trolled me. I got bad beat twice, so I entered it a third time. I wasn't gonna enter it.
Why was I gonna buy in? I was like, just buy in. He's like, I'm not gonna do this. And I was like, calling up all these sort of names. He's like, fine, I'll buy in. And then it's second. That was a pretty big enter for it.
How many entries did they get? I left like right.
Like 90?
Like, yeah. Like most of them were banned, but well, I had 3. Me and Vince each had 3. I need to get 1,000.
They have like more than
Yeah, it was like 70 or 80. Reason I didn't want to tell you. First was 6,200. I got a little under the wood. Why y'all trolling me? Wasn't a first. You're welcome. Yeah, I got 3,900. I entered 3 times. Very good. That's correct.
Eddie's back in the booth now.
Yeah, so apparently I think seat 3 and seat 9 are having issues with the RFID. It's not the cards, because it's been specifically those seats. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Eddie had to go back out there and situate the issue with the card readers on the RFID.
I guess Fergie's right between Doug and
Oh, that's awkward. It's just streaming on Poker only?
yeah. There are 4 players, correct. 4 of you.
thing is, Berkey, like, he's usually quiet in his spots. I don't think he's insane.
Keith flopping the best hand with top 2, aces and queens.
Video that Doug made that was like the rounders entrance. You know what I'm talking about? Pretty strong. Almost went down there on Saturday. It was 5100, yeah. Yeah, it's not PLO, but well, maybe there is a 3K PLO.
So 1K.
The main event's 3K.
3K the next day. PLO.
Both PLO?
Monday and Tuesday.
Wait,
Not this week. It's the next week.
I'm gonna ask Ramon probably you go.
I think it was like.
What's the 1K up? Is that 4 card or the high low?
Yeah, that's the same day at Choctaw.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but the Choctaw was like a 400.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee.
Yeah, it's not
They
good.
have a 25K high roller in that launch series. That's awesome.
Yeah, I saw that.
Could have just not played the stream like 3 weeks.
Sorry, guys, if you're just joining, Eddie had to step outside for a moment to look at a technical issue. And we're still on the PLO round.
What a deal.
Boy, that would suck to fucking really dig that barbecue and over eat. Fucking tired.
Obviously.
I named in the first half. You put in their word.
There might not be any money left a month in advance.
Well, hold on. Who won the last one? On the third side.
People wait out there.
I want to go to Snows. You know what I'm talking about?
Ben seems like a good guy to spin up a huge stack in the first half of the tournament and be busted before second break.
You got it?
And it's, a lot of barbecue guys, number one place. And it's one of those ones where they go out. People go up night before. The Smoke Master's like an 88-year-old woman named Tootsie. What's that? Real well known in the barbecue community. She like goes in every morning at 4, you know, pins and fires. It's legit. It's fucking
Boston, so
yes. Yeah. I don't remember the name of the town, but it's Snow's Barbecue.
140. So remember that.
There's a Netflix documentary called Chef's Table. It's like the series. They have one on barbecue, and they talk about her in that place.
We got some action here going up pre-flop. Some strong hands. Been 3-bet.
Interesting 3-bet candidate here from. He has double suited, a little bit of a rundown hand.
Yeah. What's interesting here is that of all these hands, nobody has a queen.
Right.
But they're all definitely decent hands to be in the mix. And then J-Mal actually turns the flush, jack-eye flush.
Yeah, you're not feeling very. Yeah, it's gonna check around here on this turn.
The pair of the queens with nobody has the queen obviously was going to halt the action, but they all had
a little bit of a value. 350, give or take.
Yeah, it looks like 350,
something like that.
300, I guess.
If you get raised there, he's like, "Yep, I'm never in good shape.
Exactly.
I'm never good."
But if you don't get raised, you just win the pot. So it's also
more than likely
the next best thing.
So what was it that appealed to you about commentating? Just something a little different. Seeing it, it's kind of fun.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
I said, what was it that appealed to you about commentating in the booth?
Oh, I don't know. I just thought it'd be fun and just new experience. And sorry for if everyone thinks I'm doing a bad job.
No, you're doing a phenomenal job.
Oh well, I appreciate that. You don't have to sell it. You don't have to.
No, I would tell you you suck. I'm like that.
Trust me.
Yeah, trust me.
Of all the things that would bother me in this life, someone told me I did a terrible job with this would not be earth-shattering.
Yeah, so
I have enough self-respect.
I wouldn't say you sucked, but I will
say, hey, it's a good thing you're studying for that NBA.
No, it's funny because like sometimes early on in my commentating career, I would be like, what is this guy doing? Well, like I would never do that, and like they're like, you're just a little mean. I'm like, no, but it's like like why would you make that move? It's like terrible.
Right.
So now I'm a little careful with the way Like sometimes they'll say, I'm like, that's a speculative call there. I'm like, that's a very interesting move. I wonder what he's thinking.
I know. Same thing. I kind of learned that speaking on back to the boring accounting topic. When I was working AR when I was a lot younger, I remember like I'd call, just call in to, collect on a past due invoice, and then I'd be like on the phone with somebody. You guys, you didn't pay this invoice, and they're like, excuse me, and I was like, I'm sorry, let me rephrase. I just show this invoice hasn't been paid. Is that more tactful? So I'm not, not going to be. I'm not upsetting anybody with my word choice.
Pay your damn bills.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I learned a little bit of how to finesse that without pissing people off. So, All right, back to the Congress here, and Keith, that's a good turn. Makes the
very good turn.
He's pretty much this one.
Nut.
That's what they say in this game. It's a nut hand, and I'm sure Gary will just let that go. I mean, he does have top 2, but I guess he can try to pill for. I guess he's gonna try to pill for a 5 or an ace or a 10.
Yeah, and Keith, hopefully trying to target maybe like flush draws, like not flush draws, because he only has 1 heart, so
right.
A better chance that flush does get there, but he does have the nut low.
And Keith's not too worried because I mean he still probably feels he has the best hand with the wheel. If another thing about this game when you think about it is, especially when you played it long enough, Keith probably knows that when he bets the wheel on the turn, if Gary had the wheel and the heart draw,
he would have like repotted.
He would repot it because you're trying to get that free roll situation. So he's pretty confident he still has the best of it. At worst, he's chopping. So
yeah, I like that analysis. That's a really good point. That again, I'm very inexperienced in the 5-card high-low.
Yeah.
So I've grinded the PLO streets myself, but like not really the 5-card high-low. So like that's an interesting take. That if he had a redraw, he's gonna just want to like get in and ship it kind of thing. So
exactly. Like when 2 hands run together and you get re-raised, and obviously you know that you have currently have the best hand, you have the nuts,
right,
and you don't have the redraw and you're getting re-raised. A lot of times it's because you're in that unfortunate spot where it's like, okay, I know I have the best hand and I can either get quartered or I can still get scooped. I mean, just like in any other PLO hand where you both have a nut straight, but somebody has a set or a flush draw and hoping to catch better on the river. But yeah, I remember, like I said, when I don't know, it might have been the horse tournament I played at Choctaw like last summer. I got into this hand where it was the game was Omaha 8 4-card, and on the river, I made the nut low, and I assumed my opponent made the nut low as well. But like, it's just one of those things where it comes down to, do you have a pair or not? I mean, we know we both have the nut low, but if you know you have a pair or you feel like you have the better,
better high,
just, and like I said, that could literally just be like having a pair. I think I had a pair of 7s in the nut low, and that was enough to take 3/4 of a pot, and that pot was massive at a stage where it mattered. So I was very fortunate to be in that situation.
I've seen some players overplay like ace deuce, like just a low and no like high. So you need to be really careful. Like, and even with that, like, you have to think about conceptually being quartered a lot. Both Becca and Pokernomix with pocket aces.
This is going to be interesting to see. I would love to see how this hand plays out.
Both single suited to their aces.
Pokernomix definitely has the better. Well, Becca caught Jin with the trip 5s, but Pokernomix before the flop came definitely had the better low draw potential with that hand. Absolutely. So I'm surprised. Yeah, see, I don't know why Becca checked that. I would have tried to at least get any flush draw, because now the flush comes and she still has a strong hand, but she obviously does not have the best hand now.
Bingo Ben with the jack high flush right now on a paired board.
Well, that'll do it.
Quads works.
Yeah, so.
Let's see. Super small bet. 300 super value bet. I wonder if Bingo Ben may call here. Maybe not. Oh.
Wow, yeah. I wonder where.
Are you scooping? You got ace deuce with quads?
Well, there's no low.
Oh,
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
He's like,
hey, we've all made that mistake.
yeah.
Yeah, I misread that.
I'll tell you another. What's also more fun. This game's a little more discernible because you're doing both. You're doing like a 5-card and a 4-card, so you can kind of tell like, oh, I have 5 cards playing high-low. Oh, I have 4 cards playing high only. But for many years, I played in a round of each game at WinStar, like with Bugsy and this day crew, and they switched it just like this on the 1, but it was PLO and it was Omaha 8. So like if you weren't paying attention to the button switch, you could be thinking you're still playing high-low and you're not, and you can get yourself in a lot of trouble. I mean, like I said, we've all been there. But that was always kind of an interesting take.
First time I've seen you wait, you're ready?
He's lying.
You need anything?
Okay, excellent. I just want Andre to come by. Thank you, Andre. You did a great job.
Well, that's how we're gonna play this.
We're nearly 2 hours already into the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Small crowd tonight, but no worries.
They must have known it was my debut and like, oh, we could skip this.
This is a hard one to stream and get a ton of viewers. Like PLO, I can get like 80 viewers, but like the Big O, like it's like a really.
But why is that, you think? Why is the Big O doesn't draw the crowd?
It's a very select few group of players that play it and not necessarily would want to watch it.
No, that's absolutely true. It's like the ones who play it and know it, they probably, they don't need to tune into the kind of learn of it, right? So, that doesn't make sense.
What's like I said, what's funny is like my bigger games on Friday, Saturday, I get less viewers than on my 1-3 stream.
Really?
Yeah. Which is why I'm going to move Friday, Saturday streams to like different parts of the stream. I'm thinking about moving this to like a Tuesday and moving my Friday to like a Monday and moving my Saturday to a Thursday.
That's a complete rework right there then.
Yeah. I mean, we have help on the way. So like there's 2 tournament directors. There's a guy that's helping me right now. So lots of training with some of these new people. So there are 2 ladies that came down from Wisconsin. I think their start date is actually tomorrow. They actually came in yesterday from Wisconsin, so I think today's kind of like a rest day and whatnot.
And they're coming in to do what again?
They're going to help. So they're going to do a little bit of everything. They're going to deal dual rate and help tournament direct.
Okay. Very nice. Well, we haven't seen a hand yet that's where it's all got in and going to the river, but I still have a feeling it might happen before the night's over.
Still early on, and the thing here, let's actually take a look at some of these stats real quick. Take a look at cumulative winnings so far. Dinger's still riding high from earlier in the stream, up about 1,300, back up about 860. Missed a potential opportunity where she had trip 5s, but elected not to take a stab at it. Keith, new to the table, about 500. J-Ma up about 400. Pokernomix and Gare are 2 biggest losers so far, down 1,000 and 1,200 respectively.
It's still early and it's still modest.
And no one with significant big stacks right now. Biggest stack so far about 4,400.
Because this in theory is like a match of stacks. So if someone were to get up huge, then someone can reload for that stack.
Yeah. So. And again, like you said, it's a very, very competent group, so a lot of people aren't going to make about.
No, you're going to have to find what's going to happen is it's going to have to be like that free roll situation I was referring to earlier where 2 people have a wheel, but one person has a set with that wheel and one person has a flush out that wheel, and they're hoping to catch better on the river to get
right
3/4 of it. Or even more ideally, it'll be like if they both have an ace-high straight on a Broadway board, and then a flush draw versus a set with it, trying to get to scoop it.
Hayden in the chat, yeah, I'm trying to figure out the 4-color deck.
Hey, Gary said he'll just shout his cards out from that one.
All that update where you. I'm trying to figure that out right now.
There we go. Middle set right there for Pokernomix. Against Gary had aces, so see what.
Gets a laugh every time. I know. You gotta use it.
See if Gary continues here with aces and the inside straight draw to Broadway. He does, it looks like. 7.
Relative brick card.
Yeah, and if he has the kind of confidence of catching like a backdoor kind of modest low. I mean, if a deuce or 3 comes, he probably feels like he'll have the best low in this hand. And once again, he has a dry ace of spades. So if a spade falls, like if you chose to, he could try to represent that he had it. You know, he has the best hand. But easier said than done, as we've said many times tonight. Man, I don't know Gary's last name, but I've actually played with him many times before, and I haven't seen him in many years, actually. So it's good to see him on stream. I guess here we go.
They're gonna ship.
Yeah,
they're gonna ship it.
He's gonna need a queen, deuce 3, any low card really will get him back half his pot. That's not the 5 or the 7. That's it. So
It's gonna be a chop pot here.
Chop pot for that one. Needs a queen. Chop. No, Gary does not make a low right there. That 4 does not help him. So
It's 3. He gets a quartered.
he gets quarters. He's gonna chop the first board, and he's gonna get scooped on the second board. I misspoke earlier. I should have added the 4 in that as well. That does not help him. The ace. If he would have caught the ace, it would have helped him because he would have had the best set at that point. So this ace would have actually been a good card for him.
Oh, there's 2 boards. Oh, we can't go twice to high low.
I thought it was. I don't care. I thought it was 4 cards. That's why I actually literally thought I had 2 pair flips up.
All right, but going forward, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I asked whether it was okay.
I missed that.
They said I'm fine with that.
What if
We usually don't go twice.
What is it? 1,000. Gary's adding on 1,000.
I didn't know you guys already talked about it. My bad. I came in late.
So are they not supposed to run it twice in this game, or?
On the high-low side, they're not running it twice.
Yeah.
On the PLO side, they can.
Gotcha. Well, I just asked because obviously they debated that, they just did. So.
Well, the deal was.
reduce it to 100?
We made a deal. We said, whatever you're down, whatever you're up, you got to gamble all that your last hand, or you got to do your whole stack if you're down. So I was like, I'll just bet when I was up instead. And people I was with, no one did it with me. They just all bet like.
Not good my whole stack. It just wasn't.
So do you enjoy playing high-low Omaha, or not so much, more of a PLO kind of high guy?
I'm not. Okay, so it's really weird. So like, I love playing like the mixed limit games, but in terms of like the pot limit stuff, I still think I'm relatively raw on that side, and I make some.
Yeah.
I make less mistakes than most people, but I still have like some leaks in that area. So.
It's interesting to me because, like I said, I'm from Fort Worth, and that's predominantly like, it just seems like the poker scene. I don't know about, like, maybe not recently, but back years ago, it seemed like Fort Worth scene had more of the preferred high-low, and then Dallas was more like high-only when it came to Omaha. And
that's really weird. Just like a few minutes away from each other too.
It is, and I always heard the argument, I don't like high-low, I don't like splitting pots, but the only thing that I always used to say to people is high-low will drive the action, though. Right. Because, you got more pieces of the pie you're going for, and you can still scoop plenty of pots in high-low. It's not like it's obviously not always going to be a split pot per hand. So I've always liked it, though.
All right. Nice little hand here for Gary.
He turns it.
Turns Broadway.
But on the flip side, Becca does have the wrap on the wheel, so, she doesn't know this, but she can't win the high. But she might think she still can with this. She's going to continue.
Yeah.
And if she does not catch a low card, she will not. Yep, And Gary now does make a full house on top of that, right? Deuces full of kings. So Gary, he's just going to go check, and Gary's going to win probably.
I wonder if she knows that she doesn't have anything.
Uh-oh.
So she's
No, she knows what she can't win unless she bets. So she's going to try to bet and take this, but I don't. Yeah, he snap called her, so it's over. Yeah, he called. Deuce was full. Yeah, Becca just, she knew she couldn't win without betting, so she took a stab and just was hoping to get it through.
Double check the chip stacks outside. I think they're a little off between on that split on that hand where Gary got quartered.
Right.
I think it split it up, so he's actually shorter than he is, and Reese is lighter than he is. So
That makes sense.
I'm saying Gary's overstated and Pokernomix understated. So
Yeah, we gotta get that updated.
Still high. They another button going the opposite way. It's just like a dealer's choice per round.
Eddie had to step outside to work on updating those graphics on the poker stacks.
I don't know if we can. We have to manually input. We probably have to manually input all the up cards.
What are you doing?
Straddle the 20K also.
Looks like we got the 20K strat, or the $20 straddle on.
And Keith, they need yours still. It's been called by Rebecca. How are we doing? Not well, apparently. How's Gary doing? Yes. Good. All right. We folded it. It was just 20 currently. Strap. Up to Gary.
A little low?
Yeah. Becca flopping trip aces. Nobody flops anything else, so she'll most likely bet, and this will go fold, and we'll move on to the next hand. It is easy enough. What? Yeah, no. No. How do we do with the graphics? Do we get them updated? The chip counts, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like quite a game. Yeah. Trying to figure out who's through the party.
Rick, you're three guys. Which guys are local? They're all kind of.
Blue. Huh? What was local too? Yeah, most at 8th place. Yeah. Chris just travels between Vegas and here.
Most at Beaks. Low pressure tournaments.
Oh yeah, Mo. I saw Mo on Bracelet last year.
Hand number 35 we're on now. Burning through them.
Send him on what's wrong.
yeah, one of the things about, even though you're playing 8-hand and 5-card, like you're getting a little more hands in if you're playing 9-handed PLO. Especially
Yeah.
when those pots get like 7-handed.
I mean, like I said, you're having split pots, and it's a little easier in PLO because you don't have to worry about so much about splitting pots and keeping them going. You're talking about those mechanics from earlier. That's a big part of it. You gotta keep kind of go, split it as you go, so to speak. Gary, another good hand here. He's got one suited aces right here with the ace-5 on the wheel. He raised. I wonder how many callers he'll get out of this.
Everybody.
Everybody?
No, not everybody. He may
There's
lose
some modest hands. Not everyone's going to call. I mean, I guess everyone did call.
Shit.
What do I know?
That's why I'm like, even if like you're like super nutted out of position, like I'm just like, I just want to pot control.
Yeah. Like I said, when I dealt this game here like about last week, the game just started. I think I dealt like 2 hands, and I had like 4 people all in. I was like, had like 3 side pots. It was just like, it's one of those things. The thing is sometimes people who play don't always understand it from a dealer's perspective. Is because everyone, when that happens, you got to remind them. It's like, hey,
Right.
I'm going to look at these hands first, so please just give me a second here because, I have this. I'm like, all right, buddy, you're only in the main pot. I'm working the side pots at the
Right.
second, so please just give me a second, all right? Trust me. I know you're excited and you're going to get this main pot, but I'm going to work on everybody else first.
Yeah, I think it's going to be check here on the river.
Yep.
Now, against like a player like Pokernomix, or maybe like J-Ma,
Yeah.
Big Ol' Ben may try to bet there to like get him off a hand.
Right.
But I think with Gary like betting pre-flop, flopping, betting flop, and then checking turn and river, he's probably just trying to get the showdown, have some value hands, and so.
He had the aces. He didn't know this, obviously, but he still had the best low. I mean, that helps.
So Hayden, it's Matt Cohn. He's one of our new dealers here at Poker House. I said I've watched him deal. He's dealt a lot of the mixed game stuff. He plays a lot of mixed games, so he's doing a really good job in the booth. So Hayden's one of the guys that he's actually going to be commentating tomorrow. I'm actually still trying to get that all squared away. So I'm trying to get it all squared away, but he's going to be in the booth tomorrow with either German Moneymaker or Danny Marks tomorrow. So
Hayden is?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for the compliment.
Yeah, Hayden's either going to be in with the Moneymaker or Danny. That's going to be a really high level commentary tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm trying not to be too analytical with this stuff because, like I said, it's a little niche, but I want to, just make it fun and not trying to overanalyze a lot of this.
Nope. No help. No help.
A pseudonym for Keith or somebody?
Hey, I forgot his last name.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Everybody's good. All right, everybody's good.
Damn it. All right. I get it.
You got it right.
They're still playing 5-5-10, right? The $20 straddle optional.
Yep. I think, again, it is optional, and they're only allowing one single straddle.
Yeah.
I think Pokernomix is going to come in for a 3-bet here.
No, he's got a really strong
raise. I'm
hand.
sorry, for a raise. I thought that was an original raise.
Oh yeah, it's no. He's got a very kings with ace deuce. So obviously you prefer your ace to be suited. It's not, but he's got a king high flush draw, which is still has value.
From like 30 years.
Yeah.
What is that from?
Like I said, over the years I've actually played with Gary plenty of times, mostly at WinStar, back years and years ago.
Might embarrass my wife. Not me.
Well, once again, kind of not much of an action flop. I mean, it's Pokernomix is going to flop strip aces. Nobody else really flopped anything, so it's probably just going to go bet, fold.
Oop. Pot.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, if he didn't need the king before,
Yeah,
I mean,
he's fine.
He's fine.
I mean, well, what's really going to call
Wow. Well, I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, Gary did make the Broadway, but it's no good.
Yeah.
I read the guys. I thought Ben called, and I was like, whoa, that was really would have been. I would say, dare I say, a loose call if he would have called right there.
No, again, that's what I'm saying. They have so much dynamics between each other because they play a weekly home game with each other.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't even be surprised if he came in with a re-raise there, right?
No, yeah, exactly.
Obviously, would have been bad timing, but
Absolutely.
and Gary is just gonna have to So we're gonna have chip counts updated between Pokernomix and Gary. There was a hand earlier where it chopped the pot when he really got 3/4. So I walked out for a second just to double check. Oh, Hayden says you have good analysis on this game. See, we get this guy back in the booth.
I appreciate
Let's go.
it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I wanted that game on, but they can only put it on like 2 games, maybe. I feel like they just have a TV over here too.
No, this would absolutely if there was a finish to spread this game on a weekly basis, like a round of each PLO in the Congress. I think it would catch traction if it went long enough.
I've talked to Rebecca about hosting so Tuesdays are kind of like our slow. Although yesterday we were actually relatively. No, sorry, yesterday was Wednesday. Although this past Tuesday we were more busy than normal.
Yeah, that's that's grammatically correct.
Yeah, I was like, I had to think about it for a second. It's more busy than normal on Tuesday.
It's all right.
And so, like I said, if you want to bring a Tuesday Congress game, we can get 2 tables of 1-2-5.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things too. I just feel like sometimes there's you either like Congress or you like PLO. I mean, there's people who will play both, but I think to spread that consistently, I think that's just too much. One player, you either have your people who love PLO or you have your people who love Congress, and so this kind of format, I just don't know would have enough interest, but you never know.
Hayden, so are you saying you would play 125 ROE with Congress and PLO, or were you saying you'd rather play 125 Congress? But sometimes on these Congress games, the people that play Congress are the grinders that play it. So it's like...
Oh, for sure. Like I said, I mean, all these players, I think, are very competent. And, you know, it's not like... that. You know, I wouldn't define this as the most action-packed game. You know what I mean? As you said, it's very little, like, 4 bets and et cetera, so...
Bingo Ben here is going to open on this flop. This is a better board for him because he likes to play a lot of these middling cards. So he's open-ended.
I think he folded. Didn't someone fold 2 9s a minute ago? I don't know if I've read. Maybe
I don't recall.
But
okay, so Hayden said he would play PLO Congress. I'll talk to Rebecca about maybe like putting that game together.
Because they do. I mean, y'all consistently spread the round of each PLO and hold them, right? I mean, that's
it's been going every day, and I think there's still currently a table going on right now. So
yeah,
sometimes on Fridays and Saturdays we'll get like a must-move feeder table going. Is Ben related to Chase? Chase who?
I have no idea.
I need last names. Lego.
Need last names or nicknames, right?
Yeah. And thanks for tuning in, guys. My lineup is super fire tomorrow. All right, super fire. And actually, I literally got a text from a player that wants to play tomorrow, and I'm like trying to figure out. So I have German Moneymaker, AJ, Chris Cashman, Kyle Z, Z-Fish, Assassin, Brian Green, 2 guys from Kansas that are coming down that come down a lot to play these big games.
Right.
And then Hayden, Rom just texted me and asked if he had a seat for tomorrow, and I was like, I may be able to find a seat somewhere.
Yeah.
So
what limits tomorrow is the game going to be?
It says 5-10 quarter, but that makes it 25-50. Okay.
I got you.
So then my Saturday one's pretty good as well.
Man, like you say, I don't think people appreciate all the work you put behind the scenes to make these things run.
It's worth it. It's not even that stressful anymore because now I did the play like 6 to 8 weeks ago. It was stressful because I didn't have the player pool.
Right.
And like there were some Fridays and Saturdays where I had like 6 or 7 pros and like it's like sucky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's finding that balance, right? Like you don't want just a bunch of people who are just like complete rocks and just like I know what you mean.
Yeah. So I'll try to go 3, no more than 4 pros. Like 2 heavy recs, and then there's like 3 recs that just, you know, they have full-time job business guys.
Right.
That just like to play and splash, and they want to try to.
Yeah, they're not studying like theory on the weekend kind of getting. Yeah.
He has a beautiful head of hair.
I love Bingo Ben. I wish he played 2 card because he'd get an invite to a lot of streams. He's a funny dude.
He's got a nice tan going on right now.
He says some off the wall stuff. All right.
With the ace on the river, stole the whole pot.
Yeah.
Gary.
And I don't see how Gary's just going to call with a single ace. Yeah, fold. Let's do something crazy, Reese.
Trying to get Eddie to let us get our game here on a Friday. Just have everybody here.
I would actually let you have your game on a Friday because I'm going to move Friday stream until. Yeah, it's going to be dope. I need
tomorrow. So you're saying tomorrow? Tune in, guys.
Not. I'm sorry. Not his. He wants to do his Friday game. Let's chase a bricker.
Chase bricker.
And I mean, because they're 2 white guys with beards, that's kind of inappropriate question to ask Lego. No, but that's Chase Bricker. I knew who you were. That's who I thought you were talking about, but
You're Ed's story. He's told us many times.
So, what made you first initially want to like do the commentating and get involved in all this? That just was there anything in particular?
no. So, I just thought it'd be kind of cool, but Hayden's in the chat. I was with Hayden and his significant other in Vegas for the 2 months, and
Yeah.
it just burnt like 2 month burnout from tournaments. And like even towards the end, I was kind of like over it. I was just like, whatever.
Yeah.
So when we got back from Vegas, I didn't want to play.
Right. No, absolutely. I don't think I could do 2 months in Vegas. I mean, for one, like, I mean, just the way, because I'd be like wanting to play craps and everything, just like everything besides poker. Just, it wouldn't be good for me. Couldn't keep me off the dice table.
And so that was when they had brought Eric, who's the current live stream manager here and the tournament director. He had come in and they were doing the summer bash, and so we were like super like raw when it came to live streaming. And like actually, I don't even want to say, look, watch our stream from 8 months ago, because it was like really bad.
Hey, I mean, it's all part of that learning curve, man. You find your rhythm, right? Just like anything else. Nobody does anything like, you know, and it's super smooth and polished from the get-go, right?
Right. And so, you know, they had one commentator that was, so they had the summer bash, and I was like, they're like, are you going to fire him? Like, no, like, I just don't want to play poker right now. Like,
Right.
especially tournament poker. Like, maybe I'll play some cash, but they had one guy, Craig, that was in the booth, and I was like, hey, I'll jump in the booth with you. Like, it'd be kind of fun. And people thought, you know, give me compliments. So like, oh, and then I was asked to commentate the whole series. The whole, like, all the flights. Because the way we do it here, it was a you haven't been here since we've done a multi-flight. So on the multi-flight, we stream every flight after, like, close of registration.
Oh, okay.
So, like, I was here till, like, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, like,
Goodness
Thursday, Friday,
gracious,
Saturday.
yeah.
And I just stayed, and now I'm here. And now, I'm helping run the tournaments here. Bit of a career change for me here, so.
That's awesome. We got Bingo Ben. He flopped the bottom into the straight. I want to see if he gets any more action out of this.
It's going to be tough.
No, that's going to slow it down. Well, no, actually it's not. Well, Rick turned trip 10, so Bingo Ben still has the best hand as of right now, though.
Dinger here is going to take a stab at this.
Bet 75.
And you have to give Dinger some credit here for having a 10, because he, outside of those couple early hands that he played.
Yeah. Ben just folded it straight, and that's going to help. He knows he has the best 10 now. He just turned 10s full of jacks, so.
Yeah, you got to be. I mean, you definitely want to be betting here, because you don't want this to check through.
It's not, but I'm trying to think.
And nothing's going to force it.
It's on Rick right now, or
Yeah.
Dinger? It's on Rick? Okay, yeah. Now he needs to bet this, but.
No, I thought he was thinking
150, 175 maybe for value.
Yeah.
No more than 200.
Because if he checks it, hoping that Dinger will bet, it's just going to go check.
Oh, and he gets him the bet, falls for it.
Oh, man. Rick has to love this spot.
Yeah, he's definitely coming back.
He absolutely knows he has
Now
the
he
best hand.
says, did he say pot?
I'm not sure. Maybe he did. But he could. If he could min raise him for even less than the legal min raise, I'm sure Dinger would fold it immediately anyways. He's not going anywhere further. There's the raise. And here should be the snap fold. Well, maybe not snap, but you'll be laying it down.
Maybe hoping like he had like 9s full or
Yeah.
some like weird 10-9 combo.
Yeah.
I know, Lego. I know. That's why I've been working my booty off, so I can learn this stuff, so we can put that together. Got some pretty cool ideas for some tournaments and stuff like that. We've really grown on the cash side here. So, like, how long have you known about, like, obviously you've heard of Poker House Dallas. So what made you, like, decide to, like, hey, I'm going to, like, go to one of these regular rooms now versus, like, dealing underground?
Well, like I said, I was working just corporate America, and then I went back to school. And honestly, a big shift is just like it's just not quite where it once was. And the other thing is the guy dealing right there, T. Me and him are pretty good friends, and I just kind of said, hey man, do you mind putting in a word for me? And he was working here, so I said, I got a good friend who works here, and I like to check out the Dallas scene a little bit, and I've been very blessed since then. So I've been enjoying it so far.
I think there's 75 total clubs in Texas. I want to say clubs.
You're talking about like Texas Card Houses, Poker House, all Prime Social, these kind of rooms.
You're correct. There's about 75 of them. Not underground, obviously.
Right.
75 card rooms. We're in the top 5 in terms of being busy.
Yeah, no, that's what I've been. I talk to people who've obviously work here, and as I've been, I've been the new face here. So everyone's like, hey, who are you? And blah blah blah.
Who are you?
Who are you? He's like, everyone, the first thing they always ask me, they make it. Everybody assumes like I'm brand new, like I've never like actually pitched a card before. Yeah. And I was like, no, man, I've done this for a while. I'm not saying that like I'm fully the best or anything, but like it's just funny. They kind of, it's almost like a competition. Like, okay, am I better than this? Does this guy have more? I'm like, no, it's not like that at all. But anyways, so but everybody said that who's worked here a long time, since more or less its infancy, says that like obviously y'all had to build into it. It wasn't like day one y'all were rocking and rolling. Y'all had to kind of work your way up to where it is today. So.
Yeah, obviously TCH kind of sets the trend across the state in terms of
definitely North Texas, I would assume, because they were kind of the first to punch through, right?
Right. They were first in market in Dallas.
Yeah.
So.
And absolutely.
And obviously the Lodge with Brad Owen, Andrew Nemi, those guys that were Doug Polk, that group.
Yeah. Then, I've never been there. I haven't checked it out, obviously, but apparently that's a massive room. I mean, like almost probably too big. Don't they have like 80 tables or something like that?
Like the front portion of the room is cash. The back portion is tournaments.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll get 15 to 20 tables going on the weekends, but then like they have tournaments during the day and during the night. So like they'll get between tournaments and cash, they'll get 30 plus tables going. It's pretty.
Absolutely. Like here on a Wednesday for that Katie's tournament. I mean, that's a good turnout and very busy.
Especially with Choctaw going on, so.
Absolutely. And that's speaking of mixed games and all that. That's what I was disappointed about, because like the past 2 years, especially in the summertime or the springtime, they were doing like stud tournaments and horse tournaments and 8-game mixed tournaments, and I was really looking forward to going up there and playing. And then I look at the schedule for this WPT, and it's like maybe one PLO and the rest are holding. And I'm just like,
I've been told that because like just WPT doesn't do a ton in the mix area. So what I've been told, it's more the WSOP. They're more inclined to do like the mixed games type stuff. So, which makes sense.
Yeah, but they did. I know, because I think it was 2 years ago. They did spread some of that though, because I was there for it. But like I said, we know where we all need to be this summer if we're gonna go. Truly find it. It'll be in Vegas. There'll be no shortage of them. So. Who said they were going to win the main event this year? Did you hear that? Did you pick up on that?
That was definitely probably Bingo Ben.
Oh, yeah. Well, good luck to you, Bingo Ben. If you win it, please.
I'll buy 1%.
Absolutely.
All right, we're on the 4-card hand. I'm surprised we're getting as many hands as we are in. All right, a little bit of a rundown hand here for
Rick. Yeah, he's got just a gapping on the 6 there. He needs the 6 to be his key card. Caught like a 6-4, even if you caught like a 6-4 like jack flop, it would be just fine to continue with.
That's not a bad flop. I mean,
and it's good and it's bad. You have
King Queen's definitely.
He flops the wrap, but it's the underside of the wrap. So really, like the 7 is really the only card he would love to make him the nuts. Like now it's too high. And speaking of which, Dinger just hits the ace high straight. So
on a rainbow board, he's definitely going to be betting here.
Yeah,
250.
It's
150.
Yeah. And he most likely will
get folds all the way around.
Yeah, get folds all the way around, exactly. But I still feel like we'll find it'll probably be in the PLO. We'll find a hand where two people flop, set over set, and then on a very dry board, and we'll see what happens.
Well, I like the set. It's like there was a big hand on the two. I thought I was told I was incorrect but I was running the software on Monday, but I thought there was a hand where top set versus combo flush draw kind of thing.
Well, the straight draw flush draw combo.
Yeah, and they got it all in, and the flush hit on both boards.
Yeah.
It's like, if I remember correctly, but I don't know if that's how that hand played out. So, all right, viewers in the chat, I'm gonna give you guys some points. Let me show you my lineups for this Friday again. I got German moneymaker Chris Cashman, Brian Green, Jason Bradley, and Tony Hernandez coming down from Kansas. They come down here on a regular basis to play some of our high-stakes games. Gonna have Z-Fish.
Who's the guy on the right there?
It's Brian Green, baby.
Brian Green, yeah.
Brian Green. And that guy will probably be in.
I dealt the big game. I don't know if that's what it's called, Mark's game or the other one, but they were playing huge, and I dealt a hand where he caught a bigger two pair against one guy, and that pot was massive. It had to be over 20,000. I was like, dang.
Yeah, I remember two streams.
Way above my bankroll,
No, 2 weeks ago he cashed out at 62.
Gosh.
He got it all in. He got it all in pre-flop. He had kings. The other guy had queens.
Yeah.
And it was $46,000 pot, if I remember correctly.
Right. I think if I remember correctly, forgive me if I'm wrong, but not that anybody would know the difference, but I think the board was queen 6-3. The guy had queen 3, and they get it all in, and Brian had queen ace, and I pilled like a 9, pilled the ace, and just they had it all in like on the flop. It was crazy.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So what's your philosophy? So Rebecca here, it looked like it was a little pot. She raised it 75. Interesting hand to raise with. Oh
yeah,
no.
It's a little modest. I would admit. I don't really know.
Something's incorrect here.
Yeah, because that seems. I know Becca. I've known her for years, and she does not seem like the person that, in my opinion, would raise with a queen 9-5-3. But that just might have been some technical issue right there.
Yeah. It's a lot bigger than it actually is.
J-Ma right now has a really good flop because he has his aces, obviously, and he has his ace-high flush draw, so he'll probably win that one. Yeah, he gets that one through.
Double check the stack sizes real quick again. Again, Eddie the Asian Sensation in the booth along with the Matt Cohn, one of the dealers here at Poker House Dallas. Specialist in the multi-card variant game of poker, giving us a pretty good analysis here. So thanks for tuning in.
Well, I appreciate that.
Got T and
Scott, right?
Minnesota Scott switching out on the hour, along with Katie running Action Tracker. So thanks to everybody tuning in. Tune in tomorrow's stream. Oh, looks like stack sizes are going to get a little big now.
Here we go.
That's correct. That's correct.
All looks good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So far. I like to see. I like to check every once in a while. It's funny is like no one with significant big stacks just.
Yeah, like I said, it's still. There's probably going. I mean, obviously, there's money being won and lost, but I wouldn't say it's been a bloodbath from everybody's perspective, to say the least. I still think it's hilarious. It makes sense now that in hindsight, Pokernomix we're going Pokernomix.
Yeah. No, I made the mistake and I called him Pokernomix for like the first stream. He's like, it's Pokernomix, bro. I'm like,
and then we both kind of have that moment of clarity. Like, oh yeah, we're being pretty dumb right now.
yeah. So Bradley, I'll answer your question in just a second. So I'm assuming you're from the East Coast, correct, Bradley? And I'll answer your question here after the conclusion.
Pokernomix has a really good flop here. He has aces, and he flopped the Broadway Rap. Any 9 through an ace would make him a straight.
And he does also have the ace of clubs as the nut flush blocker.
Yes, he does. So
can be very relevant in this hand. But Keith does flop
bottom set. So it'd be interesting to see how this transpires. Sometimes in PLO, it's bottom set could be very. Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, now it's over. He's obviously dead to a 5 at this point.
Yeah.
Because not only does he flop the best hand with the straight, he also flops top set, so it's a hammer lock. And the best thing that can happen for Keith is if this board does not pair, because he will not like it, more than likely.
I mean, he also he turns Broadway.
Yeah, I mean,
the nut flush
this
blocker
is
and
this
turns
is the hand you
blocker.
dream about when you play PLO right here. I mean, you can't. I mean, you have what's called the nuts with the nut redraw.
Yeah.
Keith, if he
doesn't have any redraws to anything, right?
no, I mean, well, he doesn't know that though. He might be thinking that okay, if I pulled a jack and caught it, would it still be good? You know, because right now he's probably for sure that he has the ace high straight, which he is correct about that. The danger is, you know, he's wondering if I peel and catch a king, catch a jack, you know, he doesn't know this, but he'd still be dead, and that's the perils of playing PLO. At times, you just you don't quite know, because redraws get there all the time. I mean, it's easy for us to see we're in the booth, but like if he were in our spot right now, he would. I mean, his cards would be so far flung into the muck right now, it wouldn't even be funny.
I think Bingo Ben, he's making the call here.
You think he's gonna make the call
against Bingo Ben?
I mean, I'm not.
I don't know.
I think he's gonna fold it honestly,
Yeah,
but
you're probably right.
I think he still folds this, but like he doesn't want to. Is the thing, you know, he really wants to.
You don't have the ace of clubs.
Yeah,
He does have the ace of clubs. Did he say you don't have the ace of clubs, or you do have the ace of clubs?
I think he says you don't.
Okay.
But that's another thing too. You know, he might be thinking, okay.
All right, I'll give it up.
I was pretty sure he was gonna give it up, but like I said, he really doesn't. If he only knows, if he goes back and watches, just the danger he avoided because that. I mean, he was in the worst shape possible. So
Bradley, to answer your question, we are in Texas. We are a rake-free room, as all the legal rooms in Texas are rake-free rooms. And so the way our pricing model works is you can come in for a daily membership, which is $10, a monthly membership for $30, or annual membership for $300. Now, if you're a first responder, firefighter, police officer, or retired veteran, your membership, like your monthly membership, daily membership, is automatically waived. Let them know that. So that I don't know if you knew that or not.
No, I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
So it's good to know.
So it's good to know. Now, that's your membership. Now, our hourly here is $13 an hour if you buy like single hours. If you buy 5, it's $55, so it makes it $11 an hour. If you buy 20 hours, it's $200 an hour.
Which goes down to $10 an hour.
Yeah, but if you are in the industry, when I say if you're in the gaming industry, and what I mean by that is if you work for another poker room anywhere, if you work for a casino, even if you're like a custodian, you get employee rate.
You get a discounted rate.
You get the discounted rate at $6.50 an hour. So you don't necessarily have to work for a Texas poker room, or you don't necessarily have to be a dealer or whatever. But as long as you're in the gaming industry anywhere across the nation, and you show us proof, you can't say I'm in the gaming industry. You got to show us proof, right?
Right.
Like a casino card or something that says that you're employed, you get the $6.50 an hour. So
absolutely. So if you're ever in the area, come on by.
But I will warn you, Bradley, if you come down to Texas, don't let 1-2 fool you.
It plays huge.
Okay, I played late into the evening one night, and I bought in for 500, and I 4-bet ripped, ace king suited, and a guy snap called me with 9-deuce offsuit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It was the greatest thing.
It's gonna happen.
I bought in for 500. I cashed it at 2.6K at 1-2. That's stupid. Oh, okay.
He folded. I don't know if you noticed.
Pokernomix had
he had 3 kings. He would have flopped the case king to make sure. I mean, obviously. He wasn't going to hang his hat on that, but he would have done that if he would have stayed. 5 diamonds, so no low is going to be coming on this board. There was the low was dead from the flop, but where are we at now? So the aces look like the Bingo Ben, his best chance would be catch a queen, make the inside straight for the ace high straight. But
and Dinger's going to probably make the fold here with just a pair of aces.
Yeah, he has no. If he doesn't have a pair, I mean. Even if you caught at 10, it wouldn't be good.
show the other body.
There's something. There it is.
Not much there.
No, that's good to know about the first responder and the veterans,
Yep.
right? I did not know that.
Let me double check. I actually have the ad for it. So here goes. Yeah. Free membership for our first responders, police officer, firefighters, and veterans. So you guys obviously let us know that you're one of those.
Right.
And then this is the industry. The industry appreciation that.
Obviously, I assume you have to also prove that as well. You can't just be like, oh, yeah, I'm a retired veteran. You have to probably provide some kind of documentation proving that you were in the service.
Yeah, and so the staff from any card room, and it's not quite correct, but if you work in the gaming industry, you'll get the half hour $6.50, right? So we're a little now more than halfway through the stream for this 5, 5, 10, or a round of each. Again, one round of PLO and one round of Big O starting at the 1 seat.
It's a very strong opening hand from Rick right there. He's got four cards to a will, ace, 2, 3, 4.
He has all his key cards.
All his key cards. He's got a suited ace, which is always nice. Probably preferred he had one less heart in his hand, but still. That's a hand that could definitely do a lot of damage in this game.
And and you have to also consider that he's opening from under the gun in Texas, 5 card. That's really strong, right? Opening from under the gun anywhere is just
exactly. It's one of those, that hand though, like I said, the nature of the game, it could be like that hand's really good pre-flop. I mean, that's a hand that is definitely going to open for a raise, but it's very board dependent, right? So like on the flop, if it comes another 9 Jack King, that hand's dead. You're done with it. So it just like this one's not, well, he's got the flush draw, but not exactly the flop he was looking for outside the hearts. And you got J-Ma there, flop from top set, and an up and down straight draw. So there could be some action on this hand for sure.
And Dinger's probably not going to be going anywhere himself. Yeah, Rick's probably going to call as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Dinger, now I just saw it. He flopped middle set. So here's one of these boards where we say that depending on this turn card, it could be. And Dinger also flopped the straight draw, just kind of the bottom side of it. He needs an 8, would be a good card for him to make a queen high straight. Oh my God! Yeah, see, and now here's where Rick's hand picks up even way more value. He flops, a wheel draw, a nut low draw. I mean, he's not, and he's got 2 pair. I mean, that 2 pairs is obviously no good. We know that, but it's still like in his head, he's thinking if I caught a 4 or a deuce, you never know.
Right. And like these players, Rick obviously knows that.
And now Dinger's also picked up the nut flush draw on the club side.
Oh, wow.
So that's one thing. So now
everybody has equity in some capacity on the high-low side, right? So
everybody likes their hand, more or less. I mean, you got top set, which is still the nuts, with the straight draw backup. You got middle set and a nut flush draw and a straight draw, and you got a nut flush draw from the low. With the best low draw, and the only low draw at that, I would say as well. But of course, Rick doesn't know that. Part of this game is also figuring if I just catch the low, what are the odds I'm going to get quartered in this hand? Especially as now this pot balloons up to where it's at.
Yeah.
I mean, this is finally that hand we're talking about where we're going to run into a quote-unquote train wreck and see what happens on this river card. And I'm really interested to see how. Oh yeah, so they're getting it in. Eddie, here we go. This is the hand, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching, this is the one. This is the one to watch.
And Rick's like, yep. Well.
Yeah. I wonder what J-Mo's thinking right now. He's like, where do I have to fade to scoop this spot?
and this is the thing. You can't feel good about just top set on this board.
I mean, he's got no low draw. He knows both flush draws are there potentially.
Like I said, he's open-ended. Hopefully get an 8.
And this board's not pairing theoretically because you got the queens out, the 10s out. He has 4 deuce. This board pairs, I'll be shocked.
Yeah, some of the boat outs are blocked. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the boat outs are blocked. J-Ma's really rooting for like a 9 of diamonds, but actually not. I mean, he wants it. He knows he can shove with that river, but like there's
8 of diamonds.
Without the board pairing, there's really no safe card he can catch. An ace, even if he caught an ace, he knows he's probably giving half the pot up to some kind of backdoor low or some kind of goofy low.
Are they running it twice? I thought they weren't running it twice. I could be wrong. So,
Man, they're making T work in this box right now. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
They're making him work hard, running this twice. If you're staying with us, guys, this is the action's picked up officially now. This is the money's all in there 3 ways.
All the kings. Yeah, I'm running badly. He's looking good right now,
I got a text from a friend. He wanted me to drop a rounder's quote, but it feels forced if I do so.
No, just drop it, bro. Just drop it.
I don't know which one to say right now. There's so many good gems in that film, though.
It's not hard to guess.
Rick's in for 2075, 2075. Ace-3 hearts. 2000.
Ace-3 hearts is a good hand to have right now. Or it's a good draw to have right now. You know what? I'm being honest with you. I don't like J-Mod's chances, honestly. I feel like there's a lot of cards that really hurt him right here.
That low card. Oh my
There it is. And he makes nut. Rick does. Rick nuts.
Scoop, scoop, scoop.
That's what they call nut in this game, ladies and gentlemen. He has the best high and the best low. 7 low and an ace-high flush. All right. This hand, after this pot, the action might increase a little bit now.
Yeah, and so people start getting stuck. They get a little more action.
That's the beauty of the game, though. It's like when the game started off, it's just everyone's playing ABC poker. But when hands like this happen and people kind of loosen up a little bit and go on tilt, and it adds to the action.
Sorry, we said we weren't supposed to do that.
Yeah, like I said, I hate to say that I called it, but I didn't like J-Moss. It just a lot of cards hurt him on that. Rick probably didn't realize that like I said, he didn't realize that he had the best, really the only low draw, so that really helps him in that spot to pick up even more equity because any low card comes, he knows he's guaranteed half the pot.
Lego, the answer to your question is I'm not going to answer. You're going to have to tune in about 12 minutes and find out. Now, with that being said, Bradley, do you play poker for professional living? Do you know how many people, when they come into the chat, they're like, I got to come down to Texas?
Yeah.
And I'm like, guys,
come to Texas. It's a great state.
It's the greatest action in the planet.
I mean, it's just, I don't know. I know I'm biased because I grew up in Texas, but
it was the greatest.
It's just, there's a lot of, I mean, for one thing, if you just think of the taxes, no state income tax here. That's just one reason to move here.
And the action's so good.
The action's so good.
And
if you can handle the heat, in the dog days from June through August, you're fine.
I'm from Houston, so I can handle
oh my gosh, yeah. I don't know if I can handle it. That's a very humid, wet heat.
So
it gets that way here too, but
it's not as bad as Houston. So last summer, even though I came back towards the tail end of it, from Vegas, I'm just propping my feet up. I'm like, this is cool.
Yeah,
it's not that bad.
Yeah, and the winters are mild. I mean, I would actually prefer to see a little bit more snow throughout the year, but I mean, if you don't like the cold, Texas is a good place to be. So, what else do you miss about Houston? Anything? Do you like living in North Texas better, or is Houston still I mean, where would you want to be if you obviously could just be anywhere?
It's a really good question. So, I still run my practice remotely from here. So basically, I got divorced. I have kids.
Yeah.
And so I was like, man, I don't know what to do because things are dynamics have changed of life. So I was trying to figure out, I did the Ironman training thing, and it was cool for 6 to 8 months, but getting up at 4:30 in the morning for it really sucked, and eating healthy,
right,
and not drinking often really sucked.
Yeah, it takes commitment, right?
Yeah, and so then COVID hit, and blah 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 blah. Oh, so diamonds here. Oh, Keith has all the diamonds. So.
He has a hammerlock. I mean, I remember.
He's got
yeah, because he's got aces. He's got the nut low draw. He's got the ace high flush draw. I don't think anybody else hit too terribly hard.
Yeah, and I like his bet here because obviously with the low, but he has so many diamonds that's going to be tough for these other players to have diamonds in their hand. It doesn't mean that they dump because Bingo Ben does have queen high diamonds.
Right.
But he has such a, like a.
Here's the problem with J-Ma. He flops bottom set, but like his low draw is too rough. It's not. I mean, his 7 deuce isn't really going to be anything that he's going to feel comfortable about. What was his turn card here? I thought he just ripped it. There it is.
6 pairs the board.
And now Bingo Ben flops trip 6s, and he can actually get the high hand if it comes. If you can fill it with a 4 or 5 or queen,
yeah.
10.
And he's gonna pot it here.
All right. Well, this is another hand that might get a little some more money into it. Depends on how comfortable J-Ma is with having the underfull in this game. Like I said,
Right.
it can be, it can have value, but it can also, you know, it can be treacherous. But he does have the best hand right now. Obviously, he doesn't know that for sure. I would assume Keith lays this go.
Keith, he was
Oh, he bet this.
Yeah, he led.
Oh,
he led.
I thought Bingo Ben bet that. I'm mistaken. I'm not reading this.
Yeah,
correctly.
J-Ma is now going to be out. Oh.
No, that's what I'm saying. J-Ma, whether on his comfort level,
he's got both. He's got 3 full.
yeah,
What am I doing?
Yeah, no, I knew he would probably want to be in this hand, but it's in hindsight.
All right, action, baby. Let's go.
He needs to it.
I did not like that turn card.
I thought it was a good turn, but maybe it was a bad full house.
Oh, they're all on. Okay, well, if this comes like a queen, or not a queen, if it comes like a king or a jack, J-Ma will scoop this. But Keith's best chance to get any part of this pot, most of this pot, is obviously like an ace if there's one left in his deck, but I doubt there's that many left. I'm sure, did you see if anybody folded an ace on the pre-flop? Or on the...
Don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, threes? Oh, I'm about to scoop here. You guys be sick.
Yeah. Bingo Ben looking for a 10, a queen, a 5, a 4. Those will all give him the high. Queen or a 10 will scoop it for him. He
Yeah.
will take the whole, all of it.
Any of these cards are out.
And like I said, Eddie, the game's opening up a little
Yeah.
bit. Game's opening up.
You guys are gonna be sick when I win with this dumb hand.
There's no dumb hands in this game, Eddie. It's just dumb flops. Just dumb flops.
130, brother.
Alright, give me a queen. Give me a queen. Give me a queen. It's gonna happen.
And I don't recall any queen or 10s being dead.
No.
I mean, I'm sure there's probably 1 or 2 that were dead from earlier, but like those cards are still live.
9, Jack, King, 10. Those will scoop it for Bingo Ben. Or I'm sorry, that not the 9. The king, the king and the 9 will scoop it for J-Ma.
You guys are on the side.
That's what I meant to say.
You guys are on the side. Whatever is in front of you is the side pot. Okay.
Alright, throw a queen right there. Okay,
No more action. Good luck.
Teased. Here comes the river card.
All right, T, give us
The dirtiest river ever. 5, 6 is full. It's going to go nut low, and 6 is full will be the best high hand. So
J-Ma
is going to get the unfortunate reality of what it's like to play the underfull in
Well,
this game.
J-Ma's gonna fire. He's gonna reload.
Oh, I know. I'm sure he's reloading. I'm just saying, if you're new to this game, guys, just keep in mind that sometimes that underfull, especially 3-handed, it's a miracle if it holds up, if you're even ahead.
That's a good starting hand, right?
Well, I potted. There was a...
You know what?
Yeah.
Show it. Yeah. Did you all
Anybody side?
Yeah.
What happened? I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Hey, do you want high or low?
Oh, he did. Yeah, he had a 7 deuce low. Yeah, so T needs to make sure that he splits that correctly because on the side pot that they're in, J-Ma, his 7 deuce made a 7 low, and he is entitled to have that pot of the side.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
He did.
I thought you were saying it is just...
You want me to pull it out? Yeah, I think these are it right here.
Yeah, 7 deuce. He had
I'm
a
not
7,
gonna lie. I totally missed that. So
Yeah, well, I didn't realize that he wasn't. I didn't realize that they had the side pod. I would have said that. I mean, obviously, I say it now, but
I know, but they're making an agreement. I know.
I'll confirm it. T, open the door. Let him know. He does. He did have a low.
It was 300 and something.
There was only like 3 to
It was like
500.
380, something like that. It was 3 black chips and like a half a set. No, I just took whatever what was in front of me. It was 3 and change.
All right, we're gonna get this pot squared up by T. Getting very, that's what with these like split pot games, multi-way all-ins. You know, there's multiple side pots and whatnot. So we're gonna get that squared up here. Again, in the meantime, let's take a look again. Let's take a look at Saturday's lineup. Got Carlos Cortez, OFC, Paul Gator, Tassoni. Got a couple other players. Harvey Casho playing Saturday. Randy Sadler going to be making his 5-5-10 live stream debut here at Poker House Dallas. Also, this upcoming Monday, I'm going to add that one real quick. Got a fun Monday 1-3-1K cap. Working on that lineup.
I knew when you said who would call with that hand that you had.
Let's get that really going really quick.
I figured he had ace deuce diamond. I was like, all right, let's gamble with it. And it made all kind of surprised me.
I didn't like that turn at all, but I was like, let's go.
No, you went into it. But he ended up no low.
What's that? Yeah. Uncounterable, not low. Yeah, if no one has a boat, I'm in great shape.
Yeah, hell yeah.
There's not a lot of boats out there.
No,
It was on the river.
Well, there was on the turn, but
you'll see when I had my hand. I had 2 tens and a 6 in my hand, and he fucking still, he had a 10, 6, rips 5.
I told you guys, I'm playing real hands. I don't know. So who just sat down his side? Evan Moore. His girl, the dog.
you know, I played with him in that mixed game. Me and Roel did.
He all y'all's cards.
Yeah.
Oh, is he here? You see him?
No, I remember. He's got like reddish blonde hair.
I've never met him.
All right, hand squared away now. Getting into the next hand.
I'm back. Did they get it situated?
I believe so. I didn't pay attention.
Yeah. I mean,
I didn't pay attention.
The funny thing is like that side pot was so small in comparison to that main pot. It's kind of like, it's just like, it was probably only $300 or something like that when there was however many thousands in the middle.
All right.
We got a new player joining us.
Danny. She plays a lot of our tournaments.
She likes those tournaments, and she's not afraid to put it in the middle of those tournaments.
She doesn't. She'll fire as many bullets.
I mean, she brings like an automatic weapon with how many bullets she can put into that tournament.
Yeah.
Right?
Very good aggressive player. Though.
She's a very good player.
Yeah, very good field. Can put you in really tough spots.
I assume she will probably be using some of that aggression in this game as well to people in difficult spots.
I think this is a game where you can't be. It's harder to be aggressive.
I mean, yeah, it depends on the texture of the board for sure.
Right,
but,
100%.
But there are definitely spots where you can apply pressure and move people off the hands. People think you can't bluff in this game, but you absolutely can.
I don't know. I feel like this is why I would get my ass wrecked in this game because I'd be too afraid to bluff in this game.
Yeah. Well, what also happens is like sometimes hypothetically you get in a situation where you have a dry ace or a dry king and you're like, okay, I'm going to try to steal this pot, but the straight flush is possible, and that person actually wakes up with the straight flush. You know, you think you have the best flush, but you think you have the best. You have the lock on the best potential high hand, and you get punished for it.
Yeah, I thought about that too, and I was like, what's more conducive to him? Yeah, I'm trying to get you to rip it there. Yeah. I overbet.
All right, here it looks like J-Mom missed the wrap, so aces and kings from Rick will win the pot.
couple hands because you can't. Yeah, this is the middle of the blind. It's a 3-blind game, so you gotta wait a couple hands.
Sorry, guys, if you're just tuning in. Eddie stepped outside and just waiting for the next hand to
Is that gonna mess it up? No.
waiting for the next hand to be dealt out.
Never mind.
No?
Because the software fucks it up.
So no.
Yeah, wait a couple hands, please. Alright. Yeah. The whole show business thing. Restricted.
Well, once the button pops, I can play.
Yeah, I think during the 5 card we're gonna be dealing 1 out though.
Yeah, so if we're playing 9-handed, you have to sit one player out behind the button. There would not be enough cards to deal everybody in and to have the community board. Otherwise, you end up in a situation where you're having to not burn a card, and I'm sure that for room rules and, you know, there's some places that won't allow that to happen. So you had to sit out a player behind the button on the 5-card game.
We gotta raise sick days.
Probably not very sick though.
Yeah, I was just explaining the other 9-handed, they might have to sit a player out behind the button.
Yeah, they're doing it under the gun.
Under the gun?
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
They're doing it under the gun, so.
Next round will be high, so we'll be
Going to the flop here 3 ways. 8, 9, 10.
Let's see.
Top set for J-Ma.
Yeah, after he's reloading. After reloading.
Excuse me.
Keith here with the nut flush draw.
That is absolutely correct. And a jack, a gutter would give him the nut straight. Same for Dinger as well on that.
Yeah, but Dinger with no redraw.
No, he was looking for a deuce and some low cards. Wasn't the best flop for his hand. Hindsight, there it is. That was the card he was looking for on the flop, not necessarily on the turn. So now Keith picks up the second nut low draw with the ace-4. A 3 would make him a wheel and the best hand. And obviously he's still looking for that club. He probably feels a little more comfort kind of picking up that low draw to have a little bit more equity in his hand.
I know, Kim. I agree. They made these decisions. I just go with them.
It makes nuts. So he gets there with the king of the clubs on the river, and J-Ma continues to have some bad luck on these river cards. He's not going to win this pot.
He's going to go check fold or block bet. You know, I mean, you see block bets on Hold'em. I don't know if they would even reply to it's like
no, because I mean,
you're my expert. So
well, I mean, I'm definitely no expert, but I would say like block bets are not quite. I wouldn't really call this a thing in Omaha because especially. Because that hand, a lot of times in Hold'em, when you go to the river and a flush draw makes, but it's not like guaranteed that person has it. There's a lot of times, he could have a lot of other holdings other than a flush. In Omaha, the odds that they have that draw is a lot more likely. So, I mean, if J-Ma puts out a blocker bet and gets raised, I mean, for one, he will absolutely get raised with when he has the ace-high flush, and it's just. It wouldn't lead to anything productive. So I would say blocker bets are definitely more of a Hold'em kind of method and purpose than in Omaha. But like I said, you call me this Omaha expert, which I definitely am not, but I appreciate the kind words.
Yeah. So I started off. So go back to my kind of backstory getting into poker.
Yeah.
I didn't know of poker rooms like 2.5 years ago. So like during COVID, heard or something that, because I'm from Houston, so Lake Charles, Golden Nugget, they're like, the rooms are like $55 a night.
Yeah.
So I'm like, dude, that's like the day the divorce finalized, I kicked off the bounty count. And I said, take some money, I'm gonna play.
Yeah, man. And you gotta after that, when your life kind of changes, you gotta kind of reinvent a little bit and kind of you want to sort of kind of check off some of those things that you probably couldn't do previously. So
I took some cash down there. I took like $3K down there, and I was okay. I'll stay one night. If I do well, win, I'll stay another night.
Yeah, exactly.
So I stayed 4 nights.
There you go.
Yeah,
so you did well then.
Yeah. So and then they're like, "Why are you coming here when you have rooms in Houston?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" They're like, "Download Poker Atlas." I'm like, "What's Poker Atlas?" And there's like,
man. And then
8 rooms.
And
and 10
it was
rooms
this eye-opening experience. You're like, really?
Yeah. And so then I met a group of people here. Like, that's how I met a handful of people in the chat. Some of the people that work here. Met them down there in the Houston room. Kind of like became really, really good friends. So before we'll go through this. Oh, after this, I'll talk about it. So Bingo Ben here has all the diamonds.
Has all the diamonds, but that's still a very strong hand, regardless, even with the diamonds. I think I already. I could have sworn I saw an ace on that flop. So yeah, I mean Bingo Ben still has a pretty good hammer lock on his hand. I mean, the only thing that really is working for J-Maw is he catches that gutter. That 10 would make him a ace high straight. But other than that, I mean, his aces are leading his 9s. There's no real flush draw.
Bingo Ben doesn't like to fold.
And yeah, Bingo Ben, now he picks up an ace high diamond draw. But then again, he does flop a miracle set of 9s on the turn. So, and here's the one thing that's kind of to think about for if you're Bingo Ben's spot is, okay, thank you. So you pick up the nut flush draw, but now you have no low, right? The low's not going to make. So it's do you think your aces are still good and you want to draw to this diamond, or because if you don't catch a diamond, there's really no other card that you're going to like. Yeah,
and that's the thing with him having 4 diamonds. I don't know if that's the best call because
exactly.
Right.
I mean,
if he had 2 diamonds like ace,
I mean, let's be honest, the diamond could still very well come, but I mean, it doesn't, and now it's like he's got. Oh, you're right. He does make the 6. He makes it. He made a 9 high miracle. Wow, J-Maw is just having bad river after bad river. I did overlook the gutters inside straight, and he will scoop this pot.
Wow.
Yeah. There was that. The 7 was actually one card that he could catch to win the side, other than the diamond.
Wow, and J-Maw just running into it.
He's just not running well tonight.
Yeah, and that happens, especially.
It happens to all of us. I mean,
especially 4 card, 5 card. Well, there's a high variance game, right? So, equities run really close, and put yourself in some weird spots where you're gonna have to continue. When you flop, turn, combo, draw type hands. So
it's also where, like, I guess you would say small ball can definitely help you when you're just starting out, because when the variances run so high so close together, it's a lot easier to stomach that variance with the pot being smaller. The nature of the pot limit game, when you're having to put 3,000 in going to the river, that's a lot harder to do than say having to put in like $75.
Yeah, so I met a bunch of these people that either work with, and then I just kind of started coming up here, and then, the whole divorce thing still kind of like, was still getting to me mentally, and they were like, just come up here and start over, and I'm like, why not? So now I'm here, kind of made a career change, kind of do some stuff here and there. Well, I mean, on the accounting side, but
if I'm still here in about 2 years, man, hopefully, if I need to, you can kind of mentor me about the CPA and just what to be expected in general. So it's I think it's kind of coincidental that we brought that topic up tonight.
Yeah.
But man, as long as you're having fun, that's the most important part, Becker here with the kings with ace 5. Top flops, top 2 with the aces and 6s. But here's the thing, where Bingo Ben's not going anywhere because he flops deuce 4. He's got the nut low. 5 will get him a 7 high straight, and the nut. 5 basically gets him nut if he catches it.
Still a good card for him.
And even now he picks up even more equity. If he catches a 9, he'll get double nuts. He'll make a 10 high straight.
So he's got a hammer look on the low.
Yeah, Becca's not catching the low at all. Well, even if a deuce or 4 comes, she would still have what they would call a working 5, where he would make it respectively working deuce or working 4, and it would still be lower. So he's not. Bingo Ben is not losing the low no matter what happens. And there it is. That's basically the card he's looking for. He makes an 8 high straight, and he's got the wheel. Becca's not loving this. She knows she has 2 pairs still, but
Yeah, there's like
she
sets bet beater right here.
Yeah, she's seasoned enough, and she knows. I mean, she's not going to call this off. She's probably just going to fold. She does not like that card. I don't blame her.
Yeah, there's not much you're beating here, even on the high side.
Nah, I mean, she knows. She knows. Even if he had no pair, just had deuce 4, that's enough to sink the ship, and it's all over. So.
All right, so we do have a new player coming. It's not Danny, even though she's sitting at the table, Lego. I thought it was for a second. It's her boyfriend, Evan, who's coming in. She was just saving him a seat to play on this post-stream, or during the stream, so.
Oh, okay. Well. Oh. So it's, yeah, okay, I see what's going on here.
So that's live. That's
right.
Live.
So, who's the player that's going to be joining us? Even though they don't know yet, we know.
So that's his girlfriend right there.
Okay.
So.
But what's his name is what I'm trying to
Evan,
say.
Evan.
Okay.
He plays he plays the 5100 mixed games, and he plays a lot of,
I've dealt to him. That's why I asked, because I recognized him. I just forgot his name. And no, he's
solid player.
He's a super solid player. Obviously, he plays all these various mixed games and variants, and so he knows what he's doing for sure. Yeah, like I said, so I was working in corporate America just as a mid-level accountant, and just decided to go back to school and see what else is out there. But
good move.
I'll be honest though, this is, I don't know.
How old are you?
I'm 35.
Okay.
So I mean, it's all relative, right? When you think about your age and no one knows quite how long they're gonna live, right? I know it's kind of morbid to say, but it's true. And I just a part of me is if I just did this for the next 20 years, 30 years, it's this would be fine by me. But at the same time, it's always nice to have goals, and just you never want to. I guess you never want to be pigeonholed or stuck to forced to do something, even though you might enjoy it. I just feel like that's kind of I don't know, just not the most ideal situation to be in, because burnout does happen, even if it's a thing you love.
Right.
So, but
should be. Yeah, he's gonna come in for a raise here. Flops the nuts, turns king high flush draw. So combo type hand for him here.
Definitely combo hand.
Danny surprisingly folds a nut flush draw. She had ace X of clubs somewhere. I didn't see what her other cards were.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. I thought she definitely did have the nut flush draw. But once again, had nothing else to catch other than the club, and she just paused that ain't worth it.
I think that's why she keeps looking back to see when Evan's getting here. That's why I was like, she plays a lot of turns. I was like, I'm surprised she's sitting down with 3K on a mixed game. I'm like,
I was
taking a shot.
It's like what if she calls right there, and doesn't hit? He's like, why are you calling off? Maybe she just makes sure that she doesn't want to get too involved until he gets there. The game has switched back to PLO.
Yep, and we're switching again at the 1 seat, so.
Everybody very comfortable gamble. Nobody really making an ass out of themselves for me.
Here we go. So you having to muck these hands for the ones who aren't there?
Yeah, so we try to get him in the card reader just to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Helps with the graphic, the percentages and everything like that, for sure. Bingo Ben with the 10-9-8 kind of rundown and a three dangler.
Yeah, three card rundown with a but he's double suited though. He's double suited. 8 high flush draw hearts.
It's one of those weird things where I don't know. Sometimes I think to me, I'm going to play a hand like, 10-9, 8-7 on a rundown. I'm going to play that like a Badoogie just as much as because like I'm not saying when you have a hand like that, the suits don't matter, but at the same time, it's like that's not really what you're hoping for in that situation. You're kind of preferring to be more like a rainbow board because I flopped the 10 high flush draws. It's like okay, I can still get crushed by plenty of other flush draws. So. I'm just saying me personally, I'm not raising that hand like saying, oh, it's double suited. That's not, you want your double suited to be like your aces and your kings, not your 10, 9, 8, 7. So, I guess they're multi-tabling some, another player. I don't know if it's, maybe she's playing in the tournament as well.
So you could actually multi-table cash in tournament. I've done it before.
Okay.
So before I started actually officially working here, I would play cash in like on Katie's game. I would late reg and see if I double up.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it was so convenient. I was playing. This is before Katie's game. It got really, 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 really big. I'd say it got only. It only get like 120, 150, or whatever.
Yeah.
It is, right.
Now it averages like 250 or so.
Yeah. Yesterday was one of our low days, 249.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so because how long have you been here now? About a month.
About a month. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the last 3 weeks have been low. Like really low, and next week's gonna be low as well because Las Colinas, T-Stage Las Colinas opened up.
I mean, you got Choctaw going on. You got that happening. You have, it's gonna be spread out a little bit going over the next probably into the summer. Got a raise here. Raise it. All right. Pokernomix. Once again, 10-9-8 rundown with the 5. Little gap in there. But Rick here is going to 3-bet it with the King's Ace. The Ace King King 9.
Yeah, single suited to the King of Diamonds.
Yeah. Oh, what we got here? Definitely more. Pokernomix probably likes that flop. It's a full wrap. It's kind of the inside wrap or the low wrap, you could say, like a king 10-9 doesn't give him the nuts.
That's a blank. Other than
that was definitely a blank. Rick still has the best hand.
That's at the Ace of Spades.
Yeah. Really, the only hand that Pokernomix could be like this. Yeah, he missed everything. But. Then again,
I'm just gonna go check. Our Pokernomix bricks everything. So, wait, 8, 9.
He's gonna take it. He knows, and he has to bet to win. But I think if Rick thinks this through, I think it's
it's
a weird thing because he's got the Ace of Spades, so he knows he's not doing it with a high flush or like the best possible flush.
Right.
But it's still tough to call. So, Eddie, I don't think I asked you. So, what's your favorite game? What do you like to play if you had the choice to?
So that's a really good question because before December of last year, I was mainly tournament.
Yeah.
Like I was just like
really, just like hold'em tournaments, or just.
Yeah, pretty much hold'em. And like I said, I did very well in those, considering the lack of experience I had just to study. What's it called? I was like, for the month of December, I'm just going to study cash and just see how it goes.
Right.
Like, I've played 4 tournaments this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my hourly at 1-2 is like $100 an hour.
Yeah.
Which is like, at 1-2 is pretty sick, right? But again, it's Texas. So.
I'll tell you a funny story about, if you were to look at my hand tomorrow, I'll tell you a little bit of an interesting story about that after this hand. Because Becca here 4-betted to 700 with the aces, diamonds, double suited. I'm sorry, I was going to say, I had a hard time saying that. She's got aces double suited, ace, king 6.
I don't recall any other 4-bets in this stream. This could be the first 4-bet pot of the night, and I see J-Mal letting this go.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, just kidding.
Here's the thing, though, is like, J-Mal probably knows that her 4-bet is probably exclusively aces, right?
Right.
And he's got an ace himself. You'd almost,
she's short. She's short.
oh, yeah, and you would almost rather not have an ace in your hand if you're in his spot, but we'll see what happens. His clubs are covered, so he doesn't have to worry about that. So now she has to fade him making 2-pair, and he paired his jack. She's still good. Has to 7 deuce and jack, and and she's still gonna win.
All right, little small win for Becca here. Let's take a look at these cumulative winnings again. Thursday night ROE 5-5-10 round of PLO and a round of Big O.
Rick just crushing it right now.
Yeah, Bingo Ben still up 1,800. Keith up about 1,700. Becca $400. Gary.
She got into the black with that hand.
Yeah, she did get into the black with that hand. And Evan, he is now in the lineup. There he goes right there. Bottom left.
That's him. Yep, he's finally here.
And so J-Ma down. Again, J-Ma just does really well in general. So, you know, for him to have one bad week, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah, I mean, some days, you know, it's not necessarily it's not that you're playing bad. It's just like you're also just not running. You're just not running well with the deck, and you know when you zig, it zags, and it just happens.
So let's look at these VPET percentages real quick.
J-Ma probably has. I was gonna say that J-Ma is not as high as I thought he was. Bingo Ben definitely high.
Yeah, he's definitely now. Last stream these two played together, which was last week. They had side bets on highest VPIP and. It's supposed to be the biggest win, but they ended up because they both lost. Like who had the lowest loss?
Right. Yeah. That's how you judge it, though, right?
Yeah. So
if you don't win, it's whoever lost the least.
So that ended up being they joked about it. Like, okay, so I guess now our bet has the smallest loss. All things considered.
Yeah, it was funny when I was here last night working. I was about to open up that mix game, and like the second they were waiting for one more player, and the second that like they're ready to go, you know, I get tapped out, and I was gonna deal with it. I think they started it off with deuce 7 triple draw.
Now, I'll tell you this, like just dealing those games is not easy. You have to be like, and that's what I'm saying. Like I would consider you like, and I'm not saying this because you're in the booth. I would consider fundamentally in like. One of our better dealers in terms of mechanics. I've never seen you deal, but obviously if you came highly recommended by Rebecca to commentate PLO Big A, which means you get out enough you get hands out quickly A and B, like you can read like hands. You know, like some people like, oh, you have deuce 3, you know, whatever. Blah,
yeah,
blah, blah.
It could be confusing. I mean, players who are getting used to high-low and just how the high-low works in general, you know, because you have to worry about things like counterfeiting and stuff like that. And just because you flop the best low, easily could not be the best low by the turn and river. So, and I think that's the thing that people can get confused about more than anything else. But it just takes, you know, I mean, obviously I've just done it for so long that you know I learned it over a long period of time. It's not like I from day one was just like, oh, I got this. I had plenty of times where I was confused and had to kind of, you know, work my way through it. But I appreciate that, or appreciate Becca giving me the recommendation. So in this hand right here, we got looks like aces are, you know, still leading over the kings to Keith. Yep.
Bingo Bang gonna get it through here.
Gets it through with just a pair of aces, and but like I said, Keith didn't really have much working for him other than his pair of kings. So.
We got about 45-50 minutes left on this side. Actually, about an hour for us in the booth.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm sure, in the case I forget to say, you know, I appreciate getting the opportunity to do this. It's been fun.
Do you like PLO more than Congress, or do you like the 5-card more?
I've always liked high-low, so
Okay.
I've kind of like, I mean, to me, you know, you don't really find it anywhere now other than like a tournament, but I mean, I'd still prefer to even play like just Omaha, just 4-card high-low. You don't really see that much
Right.
anywhere, but that's unless it's in the tournament format. But I definitely enjoy playing high-low. I'm probably people. It's funny when I talk to people who know how I play. They think that I'm a better PLO player, but I don't feel like that's true. I mean, I feel like I just feel like I play high-low a little bit better. But I mean, you know, people's perceptions and how you perceive yourself is always going to be a little bit of a variance in that. So. Anyways, when I asked you earlier about you said you're doing a lot of tournaments. Did you answer the question though about your favorite game?
So I think it's cash now.
Cash, yeah.
And the thing is, like, gosh, tournaments. Like, I played one of my fourth tournament of the year on Sunday. I drove to Choctaw to play the one day, and there's a little over 200 entries. They were paying
25 spot?
No, 21. You're playing 21. And I started pretty much level 1, and I busted 23rd at like 9:30 p.m. So it's just like
that's what's demoralizing about tournaments. It's like, especially if you're playing like a lot through a series, it's like bubbling these things, you know, or bin cashing even, you know, when you kind of like hoping for a deeper run.
I'd rather just bust like 50th or 60th.
Exactly.
Like, okay, I'm gonna go play cash.
Save the heartache, right? Save the time and energy.
Bingo Ben here, open-ended. It looks like it open-ended. He's got a full wrap.
He's got it's what they call an inside wrap. A 4-5-6 would make him the best straight possible. He has nine outs, or theoretically 9 outs. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Getting paid still, not even really working here today.
Let's go.
Yeah.
He gets there.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't
just kidding.
No, see but now a 9 will get him there with that 8. So now a 9 will also get him. But now it's kind of a catch-22 because theoretically now the 5 and the 6 give him the straight, but it could still lead to a higher straight. Obviously, Rick doesn't have that draw or anything, but it's just So now he gets there, and now he actually did make the nuts with the 5-6. So now he knows he has the best hand, and Rick is left with his aces.
Right.
Yep, puts out a big raise, and I just don't see Rick paying this off with the aces. I mean, like I said, that probably wasn't too complex of a fold.
Right.
Well, for a game that kind of started off, excuse me for mumbling that.
Yeah.
For a game that started off kind of, they were worried about getting full. Now it looks like they're rocking and rolling. There might even be somebody else on the wait list for it.
Now, with that being said, like with this land, they may play post stream.
Yeah. I got nothing to do, so play on. Like I said, I'm not in a real rush to start, getting back to the typewriter. I say typewriter like I'm actually going to do the essay on a typewriter. But
I'm not really good. I like to spend money.
Rick and Evan. Evan, move your fan. Evan, can you fan? How are we doing? Good.
they're folding around. Nobody likes what they see so far. Rick will probably play that.
Yep.
He'll play the king suited.
I would see Bingo Ben probably.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Bingo Ben will play that too. He has a couple cards to a wheel possibility, and I'm sure he prefers his ace was suited, but not really a bad flop for Rick. If he bets right here, he probably will take it down. I don't think Gary will continue with, even though he has a pair of jacks. The board's already paired up.
And Ben and Gary probably have more of the sixes here than Rick, but
yeah.
So like if I'm like in holding his 2 card, sometimes those are boards like to late position. Like I may like lead flops on those types of boards.
Yeah.
But like it's just, I feel like it's so hard as like the non-pre-flop aggressor. I could be wrong. Like,
right.
In PLO 5 card high low to like be like to lead flops as a non pre-flop aggressor, if that makes sense.
That does make sense.
So
Yeah. Like to get back to the story I was going to tell earlier about my Hinda mob or whatever. It's like I don't really play a whole. I don't think I've played like many hold'em tournaments in my life. Like,
right.
So like if someone were to, I'm not trying to like brag about this by any means, but if someone were to Google me or on my Hinda mob, I have like a final table, an Omaha 8 or an 8-game mix, and 2 horse final tables, and like that's it. Like I don't even have it hold'em cash.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like I exclusively just like to play mixed games. So I don't even think I trust my hold'em. Like if someone say, hey, I'll buy you into the an event this year, the World Series in a hold'em event, I'd be like, you just save your money, bro. I probably don't even want. Let's just. I'll pass on that.
Yeah, just beat me in David. Yeah, Q. Yeah. Yeah, I bought some.
Becca has if this was high-low, she'd have a pretty decent Omaha 8 hands, especially now with that flop. But we're playing high only, so she's interesting. Pokernomix has like a lot of the 5s, and so like if a 3 or a 6 were to come, he could definitely represent. I mean, he probably would have have a good chance of representing like what would be the only straight out there. But
interesting card. Doesn't really bring
Becca turns the best hand though. She's got kings and 4s now, I believe. I don't think anybody else can beat that. Yeah, double checking it. But
Gary here is gonna bet out with queens.
Gary bets that?
Two
Was that Gary?
Gary bets out with bottom 7s and deuces.
Yeah.
I don't see.
No, I think Becca will continue with this actually. Maybe she might fold it, but I guess she does fold it.
Yeah. He could have some like.
But Rick over here, he might continue because he did flop. He did turn a top pair, and he's still up and down. An ace would make him a straight. A 6 would make him a straight. Both nut straights, by the way. And then
it's a brick.
This is a brick, yeah. It was a 10. It was a 10, right?
Yeah, we're gonna get it caught up with the action, and then the 10's gonna pop up.
Gotcha.
Making sure.
He started off in the hole, but he came back.
So yeah, Gary still has. Yeah, Gary has the best hand. His 7s and deuces is
He's
the
just
best.
gonna barrel.
He's not scared.
Fold, yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about like some hands, like if he would just barrel like turn river, he would get some hands through, but opted to do it that hand.
Yeah, I mean that was definitely an aggressive approach because like that hand was very vulnerable to any higher 2 pair and a lot of hands in general.
Ryan actually sends it as he loses.
Oh, okay. So then you don't have to worry.
Well, he has people sending it.
20 to come.
Which is cool.
Yeah.
You keep it right down.
It's weird. You'll see like good live players just not fucking be able to. Yes. What's that? He's saying. I mean, I'm just hearing it from all these guys. He just said.
Yeah, but when he wins, he wins like
Ryan's still up by
Next hand number 60 tonight.
Yeah, I'm getting more hands in than I thought at a better pace than I had originally thought.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
But they're playing 6 cards. So
Remember they had that issue where they had to fix the table. It was like wobbly. Remember that earlier?
Evan here gonna pot it with.
Evan pots it with ace-6-3-3. Aces suited.
I think his biggest session worse is 45.
That's very rare.
They're usually like 15s, one way or the other.
J-Ma definitely probably not in a position that he's probably not going to fold that hand. I mean, he's looking to get even. So, and that is definitely not a terrible hand by any means. I mean, but Bingo Ben bingos again with Trip Kings, has a hammerlock on his hands. Oh, you know what? I say that. Forgive me. Evan did flop bottom full house. I just now saw that. So I said he had a hammerlock. Not exactly. In fact, in 4 cards, it's more likely that now Evans definitely would win this hand. Bingo Ben has to catch an ace, a 4, or a deuce. Anything else, he will not win this hand. Yeah. Or the king. The king, obviously, if you can catch that too. But that's the least likely of what would happen.
So funny to have that kind of weird disposable income at that time. For sure. My roommates are working for like $10 an hour.
Oh, looks like he might raise right here. Bingo Ben. I just called.
He's going to make the call. He is in position 3.
That should, not that I didn't think that Evan thought he had the best hand, but I'm pretty sure that card solidifies that he's good to go.
What sizing is he going to... I'm interested to see what sizing he's going to go with here. 600, 700?
I bet she puts, I would say about 6, yeah.
Okay.
7. You were correct. That's about almost 2/3 pot, I guess. But see, here's where like the PLO player comes out of me a little bit. In my if I'm being with that board double paired like that, it's less likely that I think that he has a full either. So if he's putting him on the other king, in my head I'm like, okay, well I got the ace kicker, unless he has a 3 or a 7 with his king, I have the best hand. So I would not. Don't be surprised if he calls us off. He called it. Like I said, I figured he would. And then he finds the 4 of a kind.
Nice little hand there by Evan. Picks up a nice little pot.
Yeah.
New to the game. Up now 1,300 or so.
He doesn't realize this, but that 3 actually
It was a good card for him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's smart enough. He probably does realize it, but like that 3 probably is more likely to get that got him paid than to say it would have came like a jack on the river or something like that. So he was pretty much thinking, okay, if you don't have a full house, I probably have the best hand. I think this is the last hand of PLO. We're going to go back to the Omaha, or the Congress here after this hand. So, Eddie, how long have you been here now?
In Dallas?
Yeah, or just here, like in Poker House in general. And
So I was kind of here when they kind of opened up. When it was so funny because now if we have 6 tables going only, it's like we're having a really bad night. And if you compare us to other rooms in the state, 6 tables is pretty phenomenal.
right. There's definitely rooms that would love to have an average of 6 tables going on, and then like you said, if y'all have 6 tables going on, that's probably it's a slower night for y'all.
Yeah.
For us.
So I was here when we were getting 2 tables. We used to run a bunch of promos at first, and we would get 3 to 4 tables, but then we stopped running the promos and
it's a catch-22 at the promos because it's like you're trying to attract them in, but at the same time, who are you attracting in? You don't want to be you could offer a free roll, $25 free roll, once a week, but do those players translate into staying and playing the cash after and kind of supporting the room? So it's kind of it's a little bit of a give and take with that approach of how you market it, I guess.
Interesting 3-bet by Evan here. It's a very aggressive 3-bet.
Where does Evan? I'm looking for him right now. Evan, yeah, he's got 3 Broadway cards. He's double suited. Who has a 4? J-Maw has a 4. Who has jacks full? Nobody has jacks full. So J-Maw definitely has the best of this. And the way his night's been going, I doubt he's going to play this one cute. I guess he did play it cute. I'm surprised he didn't bet that.
Brings in the diamond draw.
Yeah, Keith has the best one, and then Evan, of course, has the queen half diamond draw. But J-Maw's not going to slow play this any further. He's probably going to bet. I'll be interested to see if anybody continues. I think they're all going to get out. Board's paired, and nobody has. It's always nice to win back the small one, on your way back up. There we go. Back to the high-low.
So we'll probably get, what hand are we on? Let's take a look at these.
Should be on 64, 65, right?
62.
Oh, wow.
We're about to hit 62 right now.
We are.
Chip stacks aren't super deep for this game. All right, let's take a look at PLO winnings.
No.
Rick's still up. Bingo up. J-Maw Dinger, the biggest loser. Again, J-Maw's just kind of been running into it tonight.
He's definitely ran into some. I mean, he's had a lot of unlucky river cards. It just takes that one big hand, though. If he gets another 3-way all in and gets there, I mean, he can go from being the big loser to to getting either even or winner.
Now just Evan. Now Evan and Reese raise. Now, all right, got everybody. Evan raised to 35.
Yeah, Evan's definitely going to raise with this hand for sure. He's got a suited ace, ace 5 deuce, good wheel cards to have in your hand.
Yeah. Has a lot of good key cards in his hand. Pokernomix with some decent key cards, but again,
it's tricky with that.
Without
you have
an
to,
ace, yeah.
without the ace, the best you can hope for is getting like an ace 4 flop, and they do happen. But at the same time, it's a lot more. It's more of a stretch, right? You're really just trying to overly pull for those cards, and in the big blind, sure, but to call a raise out of position with that hand, it's a little loose.
Yeah, Gary here with a nice little wrap.
Yeah, he's got the top 2 pair and the up and down. You can catch a 9 or an ace.
No one with the hearts. Oh, Becca with baby
Becca
hearts.
has some small hearts.
Baby
but
hearts.
She doesn't have enough of it to continue. I didn't think she would with that hand. Here's an so you got Gary and J-Mal both have top 2. Gary has the better straight draw with it. Actually, Gary has top 3, so 7 actually would fill him up too if he were to catch it. And now Evan, you let Evan sneak in when he made trip 6s, and he will win this pot. And so, yeah, I assume Evan's going to bet this as he's going to right now. What do you bet, about 300 or so?
375.
375, yeah.
6%, give or take.
I don't think with Gary in that position was gonna call. I mean, if he was last act and then J-Mal were in the middle of folded, he might call this off with right here. But
2 pair, yeah.
Yeah, thinking that he just missed a draw, missed hearts. But I would assume Gary's gonna fold this. And trust me, I have played with Gary, and he's not a guy you want to. He will absolutely call you. You don't think you can just move him off the hand easily because he doesn't mind putting it in if he thinks he has the best of it.
Real low, okay, yeah.
See, and then J-Mal calls, but he's not going to like what he sees. And, yep, so Evan picks up another good pot right there.
Count, and if I'm the lowest on the table, I give you $100 at this point of the night.
You guys tip pot? Do we tip pot at the beginning at all, or you
Answer.
Oh, you should fit.
You're 10.
You just give me a free bet there, and I'll bet anything. I mean, sure. All right. Oh, Andrew's here.
I'll give you 5 to 1.
Oh, you asked me to bet.
Yeah.
Are you fucking what?
what first time we did looking for us?
Found the lowest VPIP.
Found the lowest VPIP. Well, you said there was a side bet on that, right?
There was.
Second to last always makes fun.
Fair. Yeah, yours wasn't bad.
All 3 of yours.
Did you get mine, please?
Evan, another decent hand. He's got another ace 2-5, pair of 8s. He's got suited ace.
What's that?
Did you hear it? It's low.
Gary will probably continue with that hand as well. Suited ace, ace 4-5.
Funny how, like it's low, right? It's always 7.
Keith and Pokernomix both have kings, so they'll be looking for a king that won't be coming because they both have the same pair.
There's 6 of you.
Going 7 ways to this flop.
We got Becca here, flops a nut low, so we'll see how she continues with that. I would assume somebody has aces up. No, set of 7s for Dinger. Flop set of 7s.
Some weird straight, especially with it being multi-way. There's like some weird gutters, weird straight draws.
I'm actually a little bit surprised Becca bet right there because, like, for one, she has a nut low in a very multi-way pot, and
that's pretty much. She doesn't have really a great high either.
That's what it is. I mean, like, the best thing she can hope for is Keb's a 5, and then but like outside of that, you know, if the deuce or four comes right here on this next card, she loses it and she has no backup to a high. So I'm just kind of surprised by that one. And there you go. So now you have Evan who squeaks in, makes a wheel with the 5 deuce. Now he has a hammer lock on this hand.
Yeah, both high and low.
And I didn't even notice this, but somehow the guy, I think it was Dinger, had the 7s. He was already out of the pot anyways. He didn't continue. Which is he knows he's only drawn to half the pot and he could still lose it. And he just did, as we're talking about. The guy just Evan just made a wheel. And then see, she's regretting doing that now. I knew she would be. She got punished for betting a nut low and then getting it counterfeited.
Yeah, you have to be really careful with how you proceed with like hands where you're like only drawn to one side or the other.
Yeah, like you said, when the variances, they just run so close together that your hands can be vulnerable to certain situations. I think the most complex, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't say it's complex, but the deeper you play, the more getting 3/4 hurts. Is that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if everyone's playing relatively short, you're like, if I get quartered, I get quartered, no big deal. But like when you have thousands in front of you and you're putting it in, and you're in a spot to where you can get quartered, you can get free rolled. I mean, it adds up, and you want to be cognizant of that going into these hands.
And just a little over a half hour here for this Thursday night 5-5-10 round of each. PLO Big O here at Poker House Dallas Poker House Live. Eddie the Asian Sensation in the booth, along with Matt Coney. You have a nickname?
Man, I have so many nicknames.
If you were to pick one, what are you going to pick?
Probably Matty Two Pair is the one that.
Matty Two Pair?
Matty Two Pair. Yeah.
I like it. Okay, we got Matty Two Pair in the chat.
Yeah,
I like it.
But the funny thing is if you ask 10 different people who know me, they would all give me they all would know me by a different nickname.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I mean, I guess that's better than having and they're all relatively affectionate, so it's not like I have a negative or a disparaging nickname, so I appreciate that. But yeah, you can go with Matty Two Pair for the night.
Yeah, I was like one of the only Asian guys in my fraternity, so
yeah.
Actually I was like one of the only non-white people in my fraternity, so I retired it because I got married, and then when I was unmarried, I'm like, I want to bring it back.
Yeah, I think how that nickname originated for me was probably like someone like T could probably confirm this story, but I was playing a game, some game in Fort Worth, and I was probably just playing terribly, and I was stuck, and so I kept on playing these hands in Congress, and I kept on having 2 pair and just like getting and ripping it in, and then when every time like on the river they'd be like, hey, what do you got? And I go, I got 2 pair, and I said that probably continuously over like the day or that time period, and they just stuck with me ever since then.
Did you win that night or no?
Oh no, I didn't win that night, but to me, and like I said, everyone's philosophy is different. Like in this game, obviously, like 2 pair is not like what you're striving to hit or even to make by the river. But the more you play it, you'll realize spots where like 2 pair has value too. You can't just it's part of the art is like knowing like I have 2 pair, and is it like better than your 2 pair, or is it and just kind of navigating it. So I'm not afraid. I'm not ashamed to play 2 pair. I'll play it every day, even in a 5-card Omaha game.
All right.
So, but yeah, that's kind of everything. I think that was the day that nickname, I got that nickname coined on me.
Everybody's good.
J-Ma coming in with the raise with the 8-8 ace-6-5 suited. Becca has a good hand right there. Ace King Jack Jack 10, definitely a playable hand, especially from the dealer position. J-Moff gets the best of this, flops trip 5s with an ace kicker. Nobody else really caught a whole bunch. I guess Evan caught a wheel draw. He needs an ace or a 6 to make it straight. Moving on to the next 10 here.
And we're on 65. We're probably going to get a good 75 hands left in this. A good 75 hands in this stream between a mix of 5-card and 5-card high-low, 4-card PLO. So
there's an interesting hand from Pokernomix with the 6-side rundown. I mean, I'd play it. It depends on the situation, but you know, when J-Maw's holding 3 of your aces, you know, that's definitely the card you're looking for. That hand. Here's a unique, interesting situation when you have.
He's double suited though with 2 of his aces. So.
Yeah, and what you got to keep in mind is he can play this hand in a manner because he knows he has 3 of the aces out.
Right.
So, like when he raises, he expects the one hand that calls him will have the case ace. Having said that, you know, there's also a situation to think about. Like,
look at this, got a full house in his hand. Bingo Ben in the third.
I don't know. Now that's. Okay, if you're playing Drama Hall, I can kind of see phrasing with that hand, but
yeah.
in this one, that's probably a little bit
actually
a little bit of a stretch, you know.
Yeah, Pokernomix doesn't have that horrible of a hand now.
But he flops gin like, and so now you have Bingo Ben flopping Queen's Full, and you have Pokernomix flopping trip 6s.
Right.
And J-Maw's like, man, I have 3 aces in my hand, and I get a Queen 6-6 board. He's just lucky he doesn't have the K6 because this hand would be all kinds of crazy right now. This will be interesting to see how this one progresses. All right, so now the low is officially gone. And I would assume, I'm pretty sure J-Maw will probably be wise enough to get away from this. I don't know what Pokernomix is going to do with this hand, though.
So he's going to kind of value bet here. 380? Yeah, really small sizes there.
Bingo Ben.
Less than 40% of the pot, like third pot.
Yeah.
Did he just say raise? Oh, I thought he said raise. What if he's going to try to make a move on him? He's thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, who's it on right now? I'm just on. I'm
it's
not
on Pokernomix.
It's on Pokernomix. Okay.
He's gonna fold.
Yeah, he makes a good fold.
I thought he was gonna tank like a rip tank pot.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I've been in J-Maw's shoes when you're like you've just been losing and you're like you just don't want to fold because you just like you want to try to just get one through. But I think the more he thinks about this, he just has to know that at best, I mean, I say at best. He's losing to a 6 at best, but it's exactly what he's losing to. He's losing the Queen's Full.
I thought a king was going to go.
Did he show king or what did he show?
I don't know. I don't think he showed anything.
No, he showed some cards. He showed 3 out of his 5.
Yeah, that's what he did because he threw his 3 kings over and he said, "Hey, I thought a king was going to come." He was just making a joke. Just showing them he's not afraid to call a raise with 3 kings in his hand and.
Yeah. I'm going to step outside and let them know a couple things.
All right. Yeah.
Go back and watch that one.
I could beat. I had kings over 6s.
You had a 6 too.
Huh? You had a 6 too?
Oh.
He had a 6. So, unless that was fucking queen or jack in there.
I think I had king. I had a full house in my hand.
Yes, in a high-low hand.
And a high low hand. Yeah. Or 142. That's not just like.
Yeah, guys, Eddie just stepped out for a minute, so it's just me in the booth at the moment.
There we go. Window low. We're good? You got it.
I had king.
And what?
I have aces. I don't have it.
Jacks?
No, king, queen.
Oh, really?
Did you really? I really thought he had a big hand.
Why is that movable?
I don't think you want a big hand. Just be flat hand by time. He was trying to get him to come in. Like, I thought you had a big one.
I don't know why you guys don't bring that king.
There's 6 of you.
Flop top row.
And a 3-bit pot in the middle.
Big Ben, Bingo Ben flopping top set with 10s. J-Mock going to call with a straight draw, looking to catch a king or an 8. Same for Rick, but he also has a diamond draw. Catch a diamond, make a jack high flush.
Three players.
And that fills the straight. It'll be a chop pot between J-Ma and Rick. They both make a queen high straight. Here's a unique situation. Rick has the ace-4, so he will make a better low. So he's actually going to get 3/4 of this pot if when they get it all in, or if they raise one another. I assume Rick will raise. He knows he has a nut high. He has the second best possible low. Yeah, and here it comes. Rick re-raises 2100. And we'll see what J-Ma does when it gets back to him. Bingo Ben will be folding this hand.
You can only go to 1575, and no, that's 665. You're good.
He's just taking a little bit longer, but trust me, he is not calling this. The hand's going to be going in the muck. Yeah, and J-Ma continues to just have some unfortunate situations happening. He's gonna lose. He's gonna lose the getting 3/4 in this pot.
He's got the low. He's got the low. Yeah, this is the low though, and that's the high. I'm just gonna split that.
That's the nature of this game. Can run into some unfortunate hands.
Thompson, and also had a jack, so I had to set jack. I was like, yeah, or like they both have ace 3. So I was like, if he's flat, Oh, you had ace 3? You would have got the wall? You did ace 3. Huh? You would have got the wall. No, I had the wall. I just had ace straight, not ace straight.
There's a straddle from J-Ma. 20 to call.
King, queen.
Won't be able to. I'll know in like 10 minutes.
Everything confirmed.
It's such a weird spot to like overcall the flop and then
Heads up, going to the flop.
without a hand. That's why it looks strong.
6.
Who do you have scouting for you?
What's that?
Who do you have scouting for you?
Scott texted me earlier. He's watching.
You gonna text him and ask?
What's that?
You gonna text him and ask?
It'll come up in like 10 minutes. I'm sure he'll say something since it's both of us.
Did you have a real hand get a 6? You pulled a 6, man?
You're 10.
Oh, man. I'll be on king.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. The weird fold. It's anything.
That's me cash.
Judge, I don't overfold 200 and you're
I don't need change.
Whoa.
I don't think you're just betting out. I'm telling you guys what I had. I don't believe it.
They're still discussing that hand on the when he had the trip kings. He made the full, or he called with the full house. The king's full of queens.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And 2 queens.
Yeah. Back aces and kings. Aces double suited. Good hand. See where this one leads to. Hand 69.
Yeah. So the new tournament director needed to take a break for a second. So I was checking. It was supposed to be like 2 minutes, and then she needed me help with tracker for half a second, and then he needed me to run the tournament for half a second. So I was like,
Yeah.
all right, whatever.
Yeah, I didn't really say much. I was like, I don't know what to say. You know, it's just for a lot of dead space. I just thought I'd say something that'd be, probably boring to the audience. I was like, yeah, they can enjoy the silence for the moment.
Well, you showed Evan, so
Everything confirmed.
I figured you got a bad hand.
Dinger, I think 3-bet this with the ace 10 7-4 deuce. See what happens here.
With that action, he can't king 6. But he's
I'm actually surprised Gary did.
oh, you would yeah. Well, that's
him showing the 3 kings and then him saying that. I'm like,
Gary, I'm actually surprised Gary called with the 9-7-5-3 deuce. See how this
loading
progresses.
there with 3 kings. It's like hoping to hit your 1-outer.
I thought they were good.
Yeah.
Maybe the queen, 1 queen.
Yeah, maybe.
You saw what I
Dinger flop way the best of it. He has a nut low. He has a straight draw. He has a pair of 4s. I mean, Becca has a pair of aces, but I just don't. Yeah, she's gonna fold.
Yeah, this is not a good board. That was not
Yeah,
a good board.
not many people connected too hard with that board other than Dinger. And even I say this, it's just Dinger gets into a situation where nobody else has like an ace deuce
Right.
because if someone else did, then it's kind of like, okay, your pair of 4s is battling whatever he might have on the side.
Right.
If somebody has ace deuce, jack X, then you're actually behind a little bit because you got to find a way to beat the jacks.
Right.
I got like 10 minutes to be the only other guy that knows.
Alright, I'll bet you that I had queens.
Yeah, but nobody else, like I said, Dinger was gonna smash that one with that.
You gotta give me odds.
It was a no threat to the rest of the low draw holdings that everybody else had.
See, Chris Lego said Matt's doing great. Would definitely like to hear him do other PLO streams. See?
Oh, thanks. Appreciate
The
that.
multi-card stuff. Everybody say I'm the only one dumb enough to commentate on a week-to-week basis on this game because it's like it's not easy commentating.
Yeah.
And if it's a variant that you're not very familiar with, you're just like
No,
get
like I
through it.
said,
you gotta just get through it.
what I would like to see, I know this is probably a long shot, but you said they used to do like a 20-40 mix. I would like to see someone like if they were going to do like a Raz or like a stud, cash game and see and see if we would be interested in watching that. So,
I would actually watch like a horse, like because
I think horse would be fun because you get the rotation,
Right.
you get the variety into it for sure. I think having like a Raz game is just the only Raz would be a little extreme of an example to try to get someone to either play and or watch on the live stream.
Right.
But
We have the capabilities to do that. Like, I'll show you once we're done. Once they're done out there, I'll be able to. Once they switch out I'll be able to see like in 10.
no, I mean just being in this room and just like watching all this hardware, the computers, the monitors. I mean, it's for the guys who haven't seen what this room looks like. It's
actually bare. We're like,
yeah, I mean it's bare, but it's still it's very rustic, I guess you could say. You got clothes hangers. You guys can't see this right now, but there's like a bunch of clothes hangers over here.
Eric and I are notorious for bringing our suits in because we'll come in early and like let's say we have to run a tournament or stream, we'll suit up.
Right.
But we'll come in like 11 or 12 because we have to do stuff from the night before or fix stuff or whatever, and we'll just bring. Also, I'll wear this and then I'll bring a suit and I'll suit up before.
There you go. Yeah. Where are we at with this hand, guys? Oh, we got it. It's easy enough for Evan. You just flop a wheel right there, and yeah, he's
both Evan and
Evan on top of his wheel. Here's gonna be fireworks. I'll tell you why, because
Keith has a nut flush draw,
and Evan has a king high flush draw as well. So,
wow!
So they both have the nut low, and they're both drawing to a very strong high. I wouldn't be surprised if they get some re-raises come through, and we see what happens going into the turn. But the only thing that I'd say is kind of stopping it potentially from going too crazy is because one of them probably is smart enough to know they have to worry about somebody having the ace-3-6. Because you have ace-3-6, you also have a 6-high straight.
Right.
Nobody has that, obviously. But, oh, here you go. Here's adds to the complexity. You pair the board, see how this plays from here.
We're playing after this one, goddammit.
Pokernomix says they're playing afterwards, which is.
Having so much fun with all the tabletop from Andrew down there.
Andrew's always really quiet. It's really funny.
Yeah.
Like I said, when we were up in Choctaw, he stayed a couple nights at the Airbnb that we were staying at, and like super dry, like super like kind of dry, like monotone humor.
Right.
But super nice guy.
Absolutely. I'm actually kind of surprised that this pot didn't get kind of ballooned up more with both Keith and Evan both flopping a wheel and having really good flush draws. But like I said, it just kind of shows that they're aware of what happens in this game. So yeah, this goes bet call, and they're just gonna chop the pot.
Chop.
Chop it all the way down.
Where's the horse?
See, they just you heard them, guys. They're like, well, "Where's the heart at?"
Right.
Keith
And then the board ends up double pairing. So
yeah. Going back to just PLO high.
we'll probably get a whole orbit of this, and we'll call it quits. Is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Again, thanks for tuning in. Tail end of this live stream tomorrow, 5:10 quarter.
And who's that guy right there?
Chris Cashman.
Chris Cashman. Yeah, I've dealt with him a few times. I just didn't know who he was.
Yeah, kid's 20.
Yeah, that's what. Dude, I see the, to just talk about like feeling dated and kind of just realizing the time, changing the times, because I see these kids and they all look like they go to SMU or undergrads, and you're like, oh my god.
Some of these kids look like they're like, I don't even think they're even old enough to drive.
Exactly, they just look so young.
Can't even enlist.
And they're here just like going to SMU and playing cards on the side. It's just it's just interesting to think, oh man, I used to be that young. I remember what it was like to be going to college and undergrad, and so. I remember I did obviously I was not smart enough and or had the money to go to SMU, but
where'd you go for undergrad?
I went to UTA.
Okay.
Yeah, I got my undergrad at UTA. So, but a good friend of mine who's now actually lives in Vegas and is a lawyer with his wife and his kids. He went to SMU, so occasionally, like when we finished high school, he was in Dallas. Went to SMU. I went to UTA, so we stayed local, so we would still hang out. So occasionally I'd go out and like just see what the campus looked like at SMU, saying, "Oh man, what could have been if I could have actually gone here?" Just wasn't used to it again. Being on from Fort Worth and all. I feel like I missed out a little bit.
Figure he might have. I'm not on it. If he folds, $1,000 fine.
Almost 11. So I was thinking,
It's like one. He's done like barely a little bit over one.
Uh-oh, Dinger waking up with some suited aces with the ace of diamonds suited.
It's hard to not put him on a big hand there.
Yeah, given the action, very.
Comes the raise. See how many callers he gets with this.
If you let out, you would have got paid. You did big. Well, you were saying on the floor.
Oh yeah.
But why would you? I mean, you're not.
No, it gets it through. No one wants to play.
Turn over my 3 kings, and then I throw back at my king, and then try to play the hit. That would have been great. John, Javier says he's coming here right now.
Javier, I don't know who Javier is. I was just bullshitting and be like, yo, Javier's coming. Don't know who that is.
Don't know. It's amazing how many, like, even with the names, like I said, you gotta know, you gotta either have like a nickname or you gotta have like, you gotta have the last name because
Right.
it's in poker, it's just like there's so many.
So it's funny because like people when I introduce, like obviously my name is Ed, so it's like not very complicated because it's only 2 letters. But I'm just like, well, you can call me the Asian sensation. They're never gonna forget it.
Exactly.
Ever. And now I know you're Matty 2-pair. So if you ever see Matty 2-pair on your downs, that's because I'm doing the downs.
Perfect.
Definitely kept us guessing tonight with your play. It's been very balanced, I would say.
Yeah, because there's a lot of Matts here anyways. You have 3 or 4 or 5 of them, don't we?
Yeah, Matt Poppy, Matt LaMelo,
Osborne.
Matt Osborne. 4 at least.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's 5 somewhere.
Right. What's going on with this hand over here?
You have lots of mics.
Lots of mics. Absolutely.
I like the tins full raise on river.
Gonna get some raise here. Who's raising right now? Looks like
Keith could raise here from this. Yeah, he's gonna.
Yeah.
Let's try to squeeze.
Rick called, right? He called with the ace queen queen 8.
Yeah.
And now it's on Ben. Ben's gonna call right here. He's got
Gappers.
He's got gappers, but it's all connected, running down. I mean, he's looking for like a 7-5x board. 7-5x on the flop would be a good flop for him.
That could come out. Okay, king queen. So
middle set for Rick. And
enough flush draw.
Enough flush draw for Keith. And he's also got a gutter on the 10 would make him Broadway.
Yeah, Rick.
We'll see what happens here. You got Rick up and down. Or, no, I'm sorry, not Rick. I mean, Gary. Gary has, 9 or an ace would make his hand. But he gets out. I would like to see what happens on this turn card. Especially if it just comes like a, deuce of diamonds or something.
I like that fold there because based on all that, you got to believe at least 2 aces are gone.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so.
Absolutely. And then, like you said, even if you hit the ace, somebody probably already has your hand as well. Yeah. So you're chopping. You're not really calling to hit like a scoop card. It's to probably get half, split the pot. But now you got some more interesting developments. So you have Rick here, who also now with his middle set, he turned a nut flush draw on the spade side. Yeah. So
that's 625 into about 1400.
Yeah. I would be surprised if Rick doesn't raise here now, because here's how I kind of think about it. And I'm not saying this is the correct way to think of it, but if I'm Rick in this spot and I turn that card, let's say I had a weird feeling he might have had that bigger set. Well, now you kind of have that insurance against it. You could re-raise, hoping that your queens are best. And if you're wrong and he actually wakes up and does have the set of kings, then you have a backdoor chance to you have equity in case you're wrong.
Right.
Like I said, guys, don't take that as any kind of
shifts it.
Yeah, don't take that as anything that to mimic or anything, but that's just how I personally think. Just in case.
I like it. He tries to ISO here. I mean, the ISO. Sorry.
Yeah.
He tries to get it all in. Gets it all in the turn.
Whenever in Omaha, when you run into set over set, you don't feel quite as bad if you feel if you're referring for set over set and you're drawn to the case card to win. That's the worst position. But if you have a flush draw that's live, especially he knows it's live, it's the best flush draw with the spades. Then you could put it in and you have that insurance against it. Just in case you were wrong.
Do you think it's tougher for him to make the call with 3 clubs in his hand? knowing that.
Oh,
that's-
absolutely.
yeah.
I'm not seeing Keith call because I assume Rick raised, right?
Yeah, he pretty much he put them all in.
Yeah, I mean, because he knows now, like he knows he needs a club or a 10. His kings are not going to hold up.
But he's far from sure.
I mean, just one of those things. Is like, does he feel like he's what you would say like pot committed, and he just wants to just gamble with it? But he knows if he puts it in, he has to hit. He knows his kings aren't good here.
The thing that gets me is he always chews out the dealer for being slow, but then he slows down the game like worse than anyone. And I'm like, God damn it, dude, show that you're fucking.
He just knows that, like, let's say that Rick puts it in with like an ace jack 10 in clubs, or he knows he's blocking the nut flush, so he knows it's not that. He's got 2 of the jacks, so it's unlikely that he's putting it in with the Broadway wrap on the raise.
I'm like, not that many. Yeah, I think so. It's not that many. Like usually we get like 70, 80. I honestly think it's just the 5-card high-low. It makes it really tough for the viewers.
How many did we get tonight?
Averaging like 35, 40, which is
Yeah.
on the low end. So as that, for the record, if we weren't in the booth, we'd probably have 25. So
Oh well, I mean, I was worried that like just my performance tonight just drove him away and just like.
no, you were very. I'd be lying if I said I was surprised. I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't surprised at how good you were. Because sometimes I'm like, but then not. But when I get like somebody like Rebecca said, no, he'd be really good. I'm like, well, fuck, Rebecca. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that word on layer. It's okay if you, the guest commentator, that can make that comment. I shouldn't be making that comment, but when like somebody like Rebecca, like you should give her. She has credibility in the DFW like poker community. Right?
Well, I feel like that was very gracious of her to think highly of me, and
Yeah,
I had the confidence that I wouldn't totally just bomb the night. So
yeah, because I'll have some like 1-2 players out there that play, or like they're like, yeah, I want to jump in the booth, and I'm like, it's not happening, bro.
yeah,
But then like Rebecca's like, no, he would be. I had a phone call with her about it. It's like, yeah, he deals very good guy. He's very, very popular in the high-low and in the mixed card. I'm like, all right, let's get him in. Cool.
well, like I said, I know we're wrapping it up here, man, but I just want to say I enjoyed it.
No,
and
you did good. I would love to have you in the booth for like
just
the 4-card, 5-card stuff.
Yeah, I would.
Are we doing that next month? I need to confirm, find out. I'll talk to Rebecca afterwards. But we were supposed to do a big 25, 50, 100 Congress game.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, like min binds 10. Min binds 10.
I would love to see what that lineup would be like, or who would all be on that lineup. For
Apparently, so it's like Greg Vail and some guys from Odessa, Midland.
sure. Okay, yeah.
I don't know. That's what Rebecca was telling me, that they wanted to play. Blah 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 blah. I was like, I'll have to be in the. Either Eric and I have to be in the booth for. Well, not necessarily, but sometimes this side can get a little complicated. But the production side, so.
Absolutely.
Here we go with a 4-bet. Again, I think this is the second 4-bet we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a double suited, basically 10-high rundown. I mean, he's, obviously the 8's his key card, and if he catches like an 8-5 or even an 8-jack flop, I mean, he's going to have some equity in this hand for sure. But like I said, it's personal preference. It's like, if he catches a spade flush draw or a club flush draw, it's like how comfortable are you with continuing? Obviously,
Right.
heads ups is a little different than playing a multi-way, so that changes things a little. But he's playing the hand heads up, so. And there it is. Flops top 2 and a gutter. 8 still would make him a 10-high straight.
So I think we're gonna let them finish out the PLO.
Okay.
PLO hand.
Yeah.
I think. Interesting board, because you wouldn't think this connects very well with Rick's 4-betting range, especially being out of position. And so like I try to equate this to like Hold'em, right? But like this is definitely not a board that hits.
Yeah, I mean, if he 4-bets this, you're not really putting him. You're definitely not going to put him like a pocket 7s or pocket 10s. I mean, you can, but I mean,
aces double suited, ace king.
You would think that you would think he
queen,
has
10.
like definitely have more like a king X jack hand or something like along those lines with a 4-bet. Absolutely, obviously aces in that range. But Rick actually smashed this pretty. I mean, he's got top two, and it's coming from 2-pair Matty, of course. You know, so
that's right. And that's the thing. Like sometimes you want to like 3-bet, 4-bet these kind of hands. Like talking to. See, now he's like turns the mirror, but also they.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
So now what you got going on is you have J-Maw now has 7s and 6s, and he's wondering, okay, if he puts them on aces, is my 7s and 6s now actually turn the best hand?
Yeah.
So it's kind of, I'm sure that's going through his head. It's like, where you got to kind of discount that he doesn't hopefully have 8-9 because that would be disastrous. Yeah. So I guess we're gonna close it out right here.
Well, no, we saw 15 minutes.
Oh, we saw 15. Yeah. Forgot we're on delay.
So the thing is like, he's gonna bet out here. I don't blame him.
Like I said, he's probably putting Rick on like a high pocket pair, like aces, kings, and he's thinking he might have turned the best hand with 7s and 6s. Now, from Rick's point of view, it's like, okay, did I just lose to a turn straight? Does he have 8-9?
Right.
Does he, did he pick up a flush draw? Does he have diamonds? I mean, it's all probably rolling through his head, and we'll see how he acts accordingly.
I like this bet by J-Maw to get checked. And so I was talking like these types of hands like pre-flop, like compared to like the 2-card variety, right?
Right.
The 6-7s, the 7-8 suiteds. When you smash the flop, like on these like middling type boards, like it's very disguised, and you're gonna get paid a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
Get paid a lot of times because, like. I mean, I did that with 8-9 suited to a guy, and I flop trips. He's like, "You 3-bet 8-9 suited?" I'm like,
absolutely, man.
Hell yeah. Not all the time.
Gotta mix this up.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't just be playing. I can't just wait for aces all night long, especially in the tournament. You know.
Yeah, and so then I 3-bet him with aces, and it was like ace high board. And he had ace king, and then got all in. I'm sorry. Yeah, he had ace king, and I had aces, and the king high board. Sorry.
I mean, it's so weird. Like I said, I've only been here a month dealing, but. I have dealt some just brutal vicious. I mean, within like 30-minute down, I think I dealt aces versus kings and like kings versus queens in like the same 30-minute span twice. Right. Or did it like aces versus kings twice. I just dealt some nasty hands. All right, man, he repots it, right? And he's gonna like his decision, A, because 1, he has the best hand, and 2, he's probably just gonna win it here. So
that's good intuition right there.
That was great intuition.
Because, I mean, he's blocking a lot of the sets. It's going to be tough for J-Maw to have sets unless he's got a set of deuces.
Right.
And even if J-Maw has a set of deuces here, like, based off this line Rick took, it's like, okay, he could have a set of 10s. He could have,
It's he's thinking, like, it's one of those things where, like, it's kind of like you're hedging your bet, right? If you're wrong and he has 8-9, or he has a set, it's like, okay, maybe an 8 helps me. Maybe if I can get lucky and catch the 10, a 7 to 6, I can make the bigger full house. If I'm wrong right now, but fortunately for Rick, he knows exactly, or he doesn't know, but he's guessed correctly that he has the best hand still, and obviously now he knows that since he didn't snap call us off, that his 2-pair is probably the best, and he definitely doesn't have it straight. Otherwise, the money would already be in.
Oh, I'm sorry. 58, yes, you're right. 58.40, correct.
So he pots it for 58.40.
Yeah, I just don't see how J-Maw can call here. I mean, he's got to let this go, and I know he's had a really rough night, but, I mean, if he calls, he's dead to a catching a queen. There's really nothing else.
And is Rick doing this with
Actually, that's not true. He can catch a queen or a deuce. A deuce would also save him, but, like, that would be asking a lot to try to get back part of it in this pot.
Yeah. And he's in the tank here. He's been in the tank for a couple minutes now.
Yeah. But you know how, I mean, we've all been here, right? You've been losing like crazy all night. You just don't want to fold anymore. You know, I'm not saying he's on tilt or anything like that, but like I'm just saying, like he's probably tired of just folding hands, and he's definitely tired of putting all the money in and just getting drawn on the river.
If he had diamonds or something like that,
yeah,
like 7-6x of diamonds, with two diamond holdings, like queen of diamonds,
Oh man!
My God.
All right, like he's dead to the queen and the deuce. He's not gonna like it any other way. Wow!
Oh.
He got there.
Oh
my! Oh my goodness!
Holy crap!
He's so fortunate. Does he even realize he won the top board yet?
Everybody's like, what just happened?
Yeah, I'm sure they're all shocked he put it in with that hand.
Well, I mean, Rick, we're running it twice. Rick. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point because if I'm sure if they only ran it once and Rick lost the way like that, he probably would have had to swallow twice on that one. It probably would have been a little frustrating to take.
Dodged a bullet there. Both players dodged a bullet in their own right.
Right, they absolutely both did. I'm actually a little surprised that he put it in with that. I mean, like I said, it just once again to not to make a joke out of it, but like to put it in with two pair, middle two pair at that, it's definitely ambitious. So.
What about 3 pair with a gut shot?
Yeah, J-Ma probably thought he got scooped there.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think it took him a second to realize that he actually won that first run out.
Yeah, when he said 10-7, he's like, did I just counterfeit your 2 pair? Yep.
Yep, you did, sir. Indeed. Indeed. Hey, it wasn't bottom 2. It was like middle 2. It was like middle 2. Okay, guys, don't
give him a little credit.
Don't be disparaging to the guy.
So we got some pretty cool stuff with the live stream. We're going to be at some point improving the camera qualities where we can do like the pan, tilt, and zoom, so you can like split screen them and zoom in. So that's the next thing, and then like getting this may be a little bit, but like the lapel mics. But you know how much those lapel mics cost?
Oh, are they expensive?
They're so a channel is, when I say one channel is like one microphone per person, right? Mm-hmm. It's like it's $1,000 a channel.
Wow.
Yeah. People don't understand like how expensive this stuff is.
No, I mean, like I said, for the viewers who have not been in this room, we're in a relatively small room, but like the monitors, just the PC, just all the technical, the mics and the keyboards, and
yeah, you should see the wiring over the thing and the you can see even the wiring over here. Right?
It looks like probably like what Radio Shack looked like in the early days, like when we were getting started. You know,
this dude said Radio Shack. Pokernomix here with a straight. Anyone with clubs? No one with clubs. Yeah, so I think, like I said, we're going to get about 3 more hands in.
Sounds good.
You guys need the nuts to play 20K plus?
Obviously not.
Nuts only or what?
Minnesota Scott letting us know that they're done out of there. Looks like they're continuing on. I don't know why I have to call you by like the state. I could just call you Scott. I mean, whatever. I should just ask.
What's St. Paul or Minneapolis? Hey, but like, isn't that really the same place? Aren't they the Twin Cities?
Yeah, they're like 10 miles apart.
Yeah. No, I got family in Minnesota as well, so I know. I've always wanted to go to Mall of America. I haven't made it there yet, so.
It's basically 3 stores repeating themselves all over the place.
Well, I mean,
multiple gaps, multiple Amazon.
Well, that's what Amazon did to this world, man. You know, What are you gonna do? Walmart and Amazon just tore it apart.
Yeah, Jet. I just checked. Jet Alvarado, Rick's better half. Rick's way better half. Saying that he's wondering if Rick's shoving aces with 9 blocker. I think J-Ma got some kahunas. You can say balls.
Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah.
I don't think that this is on YouTube, right? So it's not going to get flagged for saying.
No. Because when I set it up, like for monetization purposes, like I have to say this is not for kids. So I say this is not for kids.
Right. Yeah. Because you're gonna hear words drop that are
especially at the table. Like I try not to say the F word.
Yeah,
in here.
I did my best to just to not curse because I'm the worst, man. Especially when I can't think of words, I'll start dropping all kinds of
I'll say damn.
I did my best to keep this family friendly for my first time here, and not overextend myself. So.
Now, for the record, if it's like a cash big live stream, I'll curse. But if it's like a final table of like a tournament where like people's families watching, I'm very very
that's respectful for sure.
Yeah, but like my Friday lineup tomorrow, I'm like probably curse a lot. So because just of the players that are in it, like a Brian Green, AJ, Z-Fish, those guys don't care. So
right. So now you have Gary. He's got top 3 pair, 9s, 8s, and what did I say top 3? But deuces. Yeah, but J-Maw, he's got top pair. He's got straight draw. He's, I guarantee you, he probably does not want to fold here. So there comes the call, and we'll see what happens on the river.
He's gonna need a lot of. I say not a lot of help, but
he's gonna need some.
He's gonna need some. You're right.
And that is one of them. Finally, he made a nut hand, and it don't have to worry about losing.
Gary.
Yeah, Gary put it in. Gary, that was probably. I guess it depends on.
It's probably like the worst.
He was probably pot committed at that point, so he's like, "Why not just throw it in?" But I guarantee you, if Gary was playing deeper, he probably on that river card, he was not going to, ship it in.
Jen's like, okay, he's got big balls, Ed. Big balls.
Who said that?
That's Jen, Rick's wife.
Oh yeah.
You can say balls. It's fine.
I'm glad she confirmed that for us.
Yeah, just don't say anything sexist, or racist, or like nothing.
Nothing that's controversial.
Yeah, nothing controversial, right?
Yeah, we don't just like at the poker table. You don't want to bring in like politics and religion. Yeah,
right.
Those are hot button issues.
Hot button issues.
And we're trying to sidestep that stuff for tonight. This is all about having fun, right?
Yeah, it used to be funny because like at first we didn't know how to like block spam, so we get like 69 cat. XXX, like, you need a lover, and then like 10 messages in a row, and I'm like, well, maybe I do. I don't know. So
that's hilarious.
Jen, did Rick tell you about my idea on May 11th? He probably didn't because he's a guy and he didn't remember. So did you hear that I'm probably more than likely on May 11th going to be doing and I haven't quite like figured out the actual stakes and or the like caps. I'm thinking maybe doing like a 1-2-5 round of each.
Okay.
Women's stream.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where it's the women in the booth, women dealing, women playing, and like Eric and or I will be like on site to help with like production or like we stay out of everything.
Perfect. That's a great idea.
Yeah, actually, I'm probably one of us would have actually not think with the exception of Katie. With the exception of Katie, who either may potentially play or deal, or like Eric and I would run tracker, right? But we'd have 2 women commentators, all DFW women poker players.
Absolutely.
Women dealers, just to kind of promote the women's game. So I think that'd be fun. Jennifer, Rick said that you would play, so May 11th. You're committed. You're already in the lineup. And I don't know the lineup, and I still don't know the stakes, and I still don't know. I still don't know the cap. But it's gonna be probably 1-2-5, 1500, round of each. PLO hold'em.
Can't call one for you. I don't call one for you if that ends.
Wait till after the main.
Is this like one of the last hands? So they're just like straddling and just like want to get a big pot going.
So yeah, one more hand. I think we're gonna end it on Bingo Ben. Let's see what we got here.
We got kings and up and down straight draw for Pokernomix. So he definitely has the best of it at this moment. See what happens here. Yeah, that queen really helps him keep the best hand. Probably keep going all the way through. I guess he got it through. He got the kings to fold. I mean, nobody had a queen, so I can kind of see.
All right, this is the last hand of the stream.
Last hand, Eddie. Here we go.
All right.
Say goodbye to all. Yeah, Rick, you're supposed to say one time. I make exceptions for huge pots. You knew somehow I would get lucky. But now I
Our rule is typically 10K is like the threshold where I would consider it's like 2 times. We were well over that.
I wish I had. It must be nice to have that's your comfort zone for 10. I got the pot has to be over 10K before I'm, otherwise I'm just gonna run it once. I don't, it's not big enough for me to consider my options.
100,000, no big deal.
No, yeah,
we were that bitch once.
we're gonna run that once and we'll just deal with the results.
No, Jen, it's a good proposed lineup. I'll even read it over the air. I like the worst at keeping secrets when it comes to this stuff. It's not confirmed this lineup for the record. It's like Rebecca Thompson, Kim, Jerry Sieber, who's one of the ladies that plays this, Dory Coyle, Dusty Smith, you, Jen, Daphne Turner, and I'm trying to figure out who my last 1 or 2 are going to be.
Yeah.
Because I'm all about promoting the women's game and
Absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely.
and like the higher profile DFW female poker players, just give them a platform to play, kind of showcase themselves. J-Ma here open entered.
We're in a top pair of jacks
Yeah.
as well.
Oh yeah.
So that's not just a sole straight draw. He's got top pair equity in it, and I think I mean. On the percentages, obviously Rick has more equity, but right now, I think J-Maw has the best hand, which is the pair of jacks. I don't think anybody else. Yep. And still has the best hand. They have similar equity.
Everybody's split up for the most part.
I'm actually kind of surprised it's so even because I guess he picks up the 10. That's what it is. Like I say, because he has just 2 overs in this flush draw, but he picks up the 10 as well. We'll get him there. Bingo Ben. Gonna have to pull out a miracle pot to get this one back. Yeah, spades will do it. Rick should win this one, and unless depending on how the action goes, but
Let's see if Bingo's gonna try to take a stab here. He knows he really can't win with bottom 2. It's gonna be, he may be able to get something through. You just check.
flush, queen high, and that's the last of it, man. Rick will win the last pot on the live stream.
Nice little live stream. Let's take a look at these final
Yeah,
stack
see how
sizes.
everyone ended up.
Yes, final stack size of Rick. Only player over 5 digits, 11K. We did see some things spice up towards the end. It was relatively slow. Again, when you have a table with capable players like this, you're not going to see a lot of flinging around back and forth.
Absolutely.
You'll get some chips trading across the table.
But we did get 1 or 2 hands that, like I said, we would worth all that money was going to go in. And I mean, there was definitely that pot that I knew would happen eventually where the hands were just, everybody had equity, everybody had a good draw.
Right.
Everybody had a reason to be in the pot. And it just kind of comes down to that river card and see, who's going to favor because everybody had a claim to the title, so to speak.
Yeah, so these players' respective stack sizes, Pokernomix down about 3, ending with 3K, Dinger about 2,800, back about 1,300. Take a look at these VPIP percentages. No surprise, Bingo Ben up top. Bingo Ben and Pokernomix up top. All the way down to Evan, who came on late, and Keith, who actually came on late as well, about an hour and a half after the stream started. So 2 players making their Poker House live stream. They 3 actually. Let me take that 3. Andrew Dinger, Evan,
and Gary. Gary, right?
No, Gary's played before. And
okay.
Keith.
And Keith. Okay.
Keith. They've played here before them. It was a very entertaining stream, Jen. All right. PFR. Evan was pretty aggressive from the time he sat down.
Yes, he was.
It's something with Pokernomix. A lot of these players implementing, we talked about this before, a lot of these players implementing like a lip calling strategy to kind of see a lot of flops. So a lot of these, that's why the VPIPs are high relative to the pre-flop raise percentages. All right, let's take a look at the final stats. Rick, the big winner, up about 8K.
Not a bad day's worth of work, huh?
Yeah, Evan up about 2,400. Bingo Ben down up 1,500. Keith breaking even on the day. Becca actually coming back, making a little bit of comeback herself.
Yeah.
Pokernomix a little bit of down this week, but not as bad as the last couple of weeks. He's had a couple of big losing sessions here. The past couple sessions he's played, Andrew Dinger down about 1,700 and J-Ma down about 6,400.
Yeah.
Again, just had some tough runouts, some brutal hands.
And did we have two more? I mean, Gary was one of them. So we're Gary and.
So when they leave, it doesn't have their stats. It doesn't.
Gotcha.
Have their stats.
I understand.
So I'm thinking he's down 3K.
Yeah, he definitely had a bad night. And I was just making sure that I thought there was more. I mean, we had more players in this, but yes.
So that's it for us in the booth. All right, we're going to turn on the camera real quick here. We're going to tune out. We're going to see you guys tomorrow here in our live stream, our 5-10 quarter. Thanks, man. You did a really good job.
Hey, I appreciate that. I hope I didn't bore the audience too much, but I had a great time, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we'd definitely love to have you in the booth for the 4-card, 5-card going forward. Again, tune in tomorrow, 5-10 quarter for 6:10 p.m. and then 5-10 Saturday. So that's it for us here in the booth. We look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. You guys have a good evening.
Good evening.